All right, let's get started. So this will be a XR/UX strategy fundamentals presentation, and some of the major topics that I will cover include building blocks of a XR/UX strategy definition, workshops that will turn the XR/UX strategy into a team sport, and how to best deliver a XR/UX strategy in a agile culture with a minimum awesome product. This presentation is a practical class on UX strategy from a practitioner's lens. My focus is on helping you prepare and facilitate these activities so you can implement a XR UX strategy in your startup immediately. By the end of this presentation, you will have the foundations of how to leverage a XR UX strategy for the success of a new XR product or service in different types of startups. Before beginning the course, you should be familiar with the basics of what XR is, UX design, UX research, and also business strategy. Now, my name is Shahrooz, and I'm a XR UI UX developer and designer. And you can check out my website in the description below. So before we get this presentation started, be sure to please like and leave any feedback or comments below. I would love to hear what everyone thinks about this presentation. So now let's get started. One of the latest frontiers in the XR experience design field is XR UX strategy. A XR UX strategy can also be developed for existing products, but the activities for implementing a UX strategy in this case are different. In this lesson, I will help you with XR UX strategy by looking at three definitions and identifying themes common to all of them. Next, I'll address how to sell the idea of a XR UX strategy, including the analysis, research, financial implications, budget allocation, and design leadership so that you can lay a solid groundwork for your team's future. Here's a scenario we could begin with. Let's say you've been tasked with developing a XR UX strategy for a VR mental health startup you and your friend have started. You're excited about the task at hand, but you're not sure where to even begin. The first step in kicking off a XR UX strategy is by first going back to the basics. XR UX strategy is a process that should always begin before the design and development of the XR product. To validate its solution's worth, an investment has to be made with users and potential users to show that there's a level of demand for the product. XR UX strategy is a business strategy that drives the startup to deliver better design products and services. It's about mustering all of UX resources a startup can bear with the primary goal of improving the lives of the startup's customers, employees, and other users and beneficiaries. A startup's UX is largely dependent on their ability to muster all of the resources they can in order to resolve any and all problem areas that may exist. XR UX strategy not only reflects positively on the startup's branding and overall process by improving the experience of one's users, but also by ensuring that the organization's goals are being fulfilled. A different angle we could look at is how XR UX strategy is a brand experience design practice that brings unique value to your market through planning, identifying and other necessary elements needed to create a sustainable competitive advantage. Let's look at the recurring themes here. The first theme is timing, determining when within the product development cycle the XR UX strategy takes place. The next theme is beneficiaries of the XR UX strategy. One thing I like to do is take a holistic approach to beneficiaries as they have a key potential in improving the lives of the organization's customers, employees, and other users and beneficiaries. In fact, let's spend a little time looking at the benefits for employees. By following a XR UX strategy as outlined in this course, you and your colleagues are likely to come out of the product development cycle better than before. With lots of knowledge and confidence gained, you would have improved the lives of both yourself and those around you, and most likely and most importantly, your users. Any high performing team understands that what really drives them to come to work every day is a sense of purpose. Following a XR/UX strategy, every team member is able to see the importance of their contribution because it benefits not just the user, but the startup also as well. This process is composed of activities that will help align the team on the problem they're trying to solve, rather than focusing on their own needs or those of their discipline. They put users front and center, giving them a clear sense of purpose. As we progress through this course, I will talk about the design of the XR/UX strategy and how you can commit your team's time to it and make it a reality. Keep in mind the functions of a XR/UX strategy and what we can do with them and what we could do for your team as we move forward with the discussions. The next theme that we will be discussing is process. A XR/UX strategy is made when a set of activities are facilitated to figure out how the team can best serve their beneficiaries by understanding it themselves and enabling needed changes to be made, um, to be implemented within the startup. The following theme here is value. The whole point of a strategy is to shape an outcome for success. The ultimate goal of XR/UX strategy is to create a strategy that delivers value to customers and also increases the overall value of the enterprise. Also, keep in mind how your strategy is impacting your business and make sure your measure its success after you put out any new features or when you launch the startup itself. If you feel it's underperforming at one point, then don't hesitate to shift gears and go back to the drawing board, which is something you definitely have to do either way. The next and final theme is experience design. Keep in mind when designing your user experience that you need to prioritize a good end user experience. It's not just about having a nice, cool UI, but also about having and making sure that users have a superior experience when it really matters. Let's say that when it really matters. XR/UX strategies are focused on understanding the user's underserved needs. And the ultimate goal is to create key innovations that address these needs, as it will give the business a competitive advantage in this growing market. So remember, the key themes that you should remember here is timing, beneficiaries, process, values, and experience design. Now that I've explained what a XR/UX strategy is, let's go over what actually is not a XR/UX strategy. Going back to the basics of defining a XR/UX strategy, timing, beneficiaries, process, value, and experience design are all factors in creating an effective strategy. If one or more of these components is not, is missing from a strategy definition, it is likely not a XR/UX strategy. Take timing, for example. If you're not sure where within the product development cycle the strategy will be implemented, it will be really challenging to figure out how to best tackle the XR/UX strategy. As I have previously mentioned, a XR/UX strategy for a brand new product is different for a product that has already been on the market for a while. Shareholders are directly affected by the financial strategy of a new startup. And within any new startup, a financial strategy is executed to benefit shareholders directly. A XR/UX strategy should benefit the end users, making them not just loyal to the product and service, but through that, therefore, a strategic advantage for the shareholders. You take the end user benefit out of the formula, and it's no longer a XR/UX strategy. Now, one other mistake that I've noticed amongst a lot of new startups is when their strategy is focused on one specific device or solution. Now, one important thing to mention is that XR/UX strategy is unique, and not just rephrasing existing strategies like, you're taking it from branding or product strategy, or just copying another strategy and implementing it to your startup. Throughout this course, you will also learn that how we can take, you know, and find elements of a brand strategy and XR UX strategy. However, they are not the same exactly. So it is very important to be cautious when you find yourself in a situation so you do not confuse these different strategies as one. Experienced designers should understand that XR UX strategy goes beyond just one digital product or, VR experience, for example. Instead, it has extended and expanded beyond a myriad of different digital products, services, and platforms. It interconnects all members of a virtual interface family. In other words, these individual touch points are more of a product oriented strategy than just a UX focused strategy, as it weaves all of them into a seamless ecosystem between the beneficiaries. So now that we've covered what XR UX is not, let's get back into what XR. Now that we have a better understanding of the various types of commitment necessary to start your XR UX strategy, here are some ideas on how to sell the need of a XR UX strategy to your startup. If you're in a startup right now, chances are that you have been wondering if your business will be successful without having to go through all these hoops and loops of setting up all these commitments. And to answer your question, yes, absolutely. You do need to go through all of these commitments. You must tackle the selling points from the clarity of the type of commitment that is required. You might be running into trouble if you are able to sell the idea of needing a XR/UX strategy and then receiving the funding for the project, but you do not have the time nor the leadership commitment, therefore creating waste and missed opportunities within your startup, and having your team be a part of the XR/UX process and for example, your XR/UX designer and developer never having a chance to be a part of a critical conversation related to the startup strategy. You might get to the end of this journey with some user insights, in other words, output, but given that the lack of commitment regarding the time and leadership, the whole concept doesn't shape the outcomes. So this is not a good position to be in, as it might put the future of the startup at risk. And with that said, let's talk about some of the advantages and what points to focus on to secure XR/UX in your startup. The very first thing to focus on is XR/UX strategy return on investment. It's more and more evident that with the ever growing abundance of development technology within XR, new variants are going to be more frequent. And then what I mean by that is before companies would release software that needed a user manual to be used, and the user would read this manual or even pay for the training to get their staff to properly use the software. It is likely that this software at the time was the only software that solved that particular problem or pain point for that company. Now, we could do all of this in one through XR. The reality is that great UX design is different. It can differentiate products, it could attract customers, it could drive superior business results. So there's no inherent contradiction between investing in UX and a business focusing on creating customers and profits. Now, the six areas that I've learned that a business can improve their return on investment from UX is revenue, customer retention, team productivity, support costs, development costs, and development time. Essentially, these boil down to two core components: money and time. If you're a bootstrapped entrepreneur, then understanding return on investment can help you craft a product without bloat right out of the gate. If you're a XR UX designer developer interested in selling yourself as a XR UX consultant, then understanding return on investment can help you differentiate yourself from other designers and developers. The reason why the return on investment is one of the best selling points for getting a XR UX strategy off the ground is that it proves it's a value as a business strategy. Just like a cost cutting operational strategy or a customer growth brand strategy, you probably know that it takes more money to get new customers in the door than it does to get returning customers. That's why increasing customer retention always saves money. As part of your preparation to have this conversation with the right people at your startup, try to tie the benefit of putting the user at the center of the strategy to the money that will be saved or the profit that will be generated. Being able to articulate the return on investment will make it almost irrational to deny the investment. For startups that sell digital products, a lot of time, energy, and money goes into developing that product. So the reality is, though, the sad truth is, without the proper user research, they almost always fail. Now, remember, it's not just about the money. When it comes to investment, time for understanding the problem space, as well as time for your team to be involved, is essential to make sure you're setting yourself up for success. Personally, I believe in the saying time is money deeply. However, when it comes to a startup's business, time often comes with a monetary component. If you could decrease the amount of time your dev team spends in developing or in handling user service requests by having a user first approach, wouldn't you make that change? So let's think about that. The processes of XR UX design are basically the same processes required to build a viable and sustainable business. When it comes to asking for extra time for product discovery, the way to sell this concept is to talk about the level of confidence during product development. A startup can rush into getting a product to market with very little confidence that what they built is the right thing due to the lack of research into the potential the product has for their target users or customers. However, if the team's assumption about the user and the market fit are wrong, the startup will not only be behind launching a successful product, but also all the engineering time put into the product will go to waste. All this makes a huge financial impact on the startup, given that this investment won't bring returns but only losses. So, let's assume that it took a startup 4 months to launch a VR beta version of a app. Most of the effort went into the developing and marketing, but the product failed to sell. The startup now has to make a choice: either continue to make the same approach. And mind you, it may take years for this company to finally figure out what their users want and what the right product is for their target audience. However, if you step in sooner than later and decide that instead of launching in 4 months, you convince your team to wait another 4 months to understand the problem by uncovering the underserved user needs through XR UX first. Once the product is launched in 8 months instead of four, the chances of getting it right are way higher as the confidence level to build the right product were higher thanks to being patient and taking a bit of time to do the right research. This is the other investment that should be negotiated where the time is given the right amount of time to understand user needs and be a part of the design process. I mentioned earlier, working towards making your users endpoints go away, the pain points go away. Not only does it prevent unnecessary stress on your team, but also gives your team a better sense of purpose than just sending them a list of specifications on what to develop. Therefore, committing the time to understand your pain points in your product incredibly powerful and smart. And it's a opportunity where an innovation really and definitely shine. Now that we have learned about the XRUX strategy and what it is, its commitments and benefits, now let's get into our next section where I'm going to be focusing on setting up a solid foundation for your startup. So great. Let's get into how to set up a strong foundation for a XR/UX strategy at your startup. In this section, I will introduce the basics of a helpful design process, and then I'll go over some ideas and where they come from. And then next, I'll talk about a innovation framework based on tasks to be done. Then I'll wrap up this section with a overview of the skill sets needed to execute a XR/UX strategy successfully at your startup. So, with that said, now that we have a better understanding of XR/UX strategy, you may be ready to start planning the development of the XR/UX strategy at your startup for your new product. So let's say your boss asks you to put together a initial proposal so that she could get everything needed to set the foundation for the XR/UX strategy at their startup. In order to succeed within this task, you need to take this into consideration. The key aspects of the current team, their design process, and their skill set. After evaluating those key aspects, you would need to make sure the proposal will reflect the gap that the team has to address to set a strong foundation for a XR/UX strategy at the startup. Here, you would need to initiate a phase of brainstorming, observing, and gathering ideas. The goal is to understand what and why your XR application is needed. In a XR example I can give, this would be observing human behavior. So, XR tries to mimic natural behavior in the physical, world, and then trying to understand how users would behave in the application, right? So, in this phase, designers need to know what is the nature of the problem. So, to add to that, at best, our ideas are only going to work as expected after several iterations. Testing them with a validation attitude seems less useful than a find the flaws quickly attitude. So, design, among other things, is about risk assessment, is about helping to make informed decisions that reduce the risk of failure. So with applying agile, it's not about, going faster, but reducing the risk of losing time. It targets velocity rather than speed. On the other hand, lean is about maximizing value for the customer through a good value creation process with zero waste. It is focusing on what really matters. To iterate is to evolve a solution based on learning. So you can learn about the problem to solve or the solution just mainly from testing, researching, or measuring a launch product. Although sometimes just by working on re-presentations of the solution, your point of view changes. To diverge is to look for alternatives to a solution and postpone their evaluation to a second stage. Convergence which results in one or a few prioritized options on the other hand. So, iteration and divergence are not alternative or even opposite approaches. One is not faster or better than the other by itself. In fact, both help to reduce wasted work. They reduce the risk of dedicating effort to something that later has to be discarded, and they operate in a complementary way. It is practice really to work closely with your team and encourage that teamwork within the team as well. So to bring really a more collaborative process to the startup by encouraging the team to think together and co-design to create as many ideas as possible. This process is known in design as divergence. After creating lots of ideas, Then the team selects the best ones for implementation and evaluation. This process is known in XR UX as convergence. Moving along to divergence, the activities are as follows. The first being ideation. All ideas are great ideas. There's no bad idea in this stage. You should restrain from limiting yourself and your coworkers and approach ideation with a open mind. Let anything happen at this point and build upon each other's ideas. The second is evaluation. Nearing the end of a ideation phase, go through your ideas and select your favorite ones. At this result, you will end up with a couple refined ideas to test to find the best design approach for your XR app. Here are the activities during convergence, for example. So, one would be once you have come to a potential design, you know, you have sets of ideas and solutions, you would want to now evaluate the final ideas and the way it needs to be implemented or executed. So to do this, you may apply a agile approach in your team consisting of three steps. The first being prototyping. Build your design in a way that is meaningful to the user so you can collect feedback. This could be a prototype made from Play-Doh, as well as a fully interactive, high fidelity prototype, according to where you are within the design stages. The other one is again testing. When the prototype is developed, put it in front of users so you can learn about them, observing how they go about completing the task from the prototype. And then with that said, the last one would be iterate. So again, as you collect data from the testing sessions, you can then take that data back to the team and iterate on your idea. In order to implement a new design process successfully within your team, you need to highlight some features that were more successful than others. A major way to set your team up for success is to provide them a original brief or specification during this process. Briefs are the equivalent of specifications in the agency world. So I will be using the words briefs and specifications interchangeably sometimes, but just keep that in mind. But while conducting briefs with your team, you may notice that solutions are not reaching its optimized potential. In order to really optimize initial briefs with your team, you should have them focus directly on defining a problem. By having them focus on defining a problem, will it make a massive difference in the outcome before the team starts to put, you know, pen to paper, have them fully understand the problem they are trying to solve by shaping the initial briefs to make sure the focus during the XR UX design process is only solving the problem, but not only the right problem, but also the problems the team understands. This phase is called ripping the brief. By finding the hole in your team briefs, it only makes sense to task research to satisfy those holes found in the original brief, and then therefore understanding the problems better. By expanding greater awareness of the problems, new data about the problems will be discovered. Here we move into essentially the next phase of divergence. So now the data will need to be organized, prioritized, and communicated back to the team to align and define the data about the problem. So, adding to that, these activities are focused on convergence, just like it did in the previous XR diamond process that I showed. But the focus is this time it is to emphasize the problem the brief is trying to solve. This XR diamond process aims to sorry um, brings aims to bring the right guide to the design team. Starting with divergence, the activities are as follows. As you see in the slide, ripping the brief. Don't take your team briefs as facts off the bat, but instead work on unpacking the problem that the brief is trying to solve. Then the next one is research. Once your team has the problem space identified, encourage your designers try to look at the world with a new perspective, and then notice new things and gather the data by diving into the research. As a result, your team will end up with a heavy pile of unstructured data. And that's when the convergence phase aims to make sense of the data by synthesizing the research and getting everyone and everything to align. So let's continue with this convergence for a little bit more. The tasks are the following when it comes to convergence. So summarizing and sharing the data with your whole team, and then clustering the data and similarities to theme your data. So grouping the data, and then basing it on different themes. And then the themes could be around customers' motivations, current wishes, or frustrations regarding a specific matter. This will give you opportunities to really optimize. And then finally, writing out the questions that will help you set a defined statement on what is to be done to solve the problems in the current action areas. So now that we've covered the XR diamond shape processes, sorry, which will put your design team in a stronger position to influence the outcomes of every product they work on, really. Now you know you can combine the XR diamond process for every brief or specification that your team works on. With this approach, you will first start with the diamond process that enables them to design the right thing, and then move on to the steps that empowers them to design things right. Let's get into our next part of the course, which is how we're going to quantify ideas within the startup by applying outcome-driven innovation process. Now, given the significant technological improvements of the last 5 years, XR is being leveraged for all sorts of operations, driving innovation across all sorts of industries. Now, trends show that the adoption of XR can help businesses with product and process design, virtual collaboration, and experience-based learning, amongst a lot of other things. So to adopt XR in your operations, start by understanding where you will use the technology and how it will connect to your existing systems. Each startup, each organization has a unique operating model, and the adoption of VR applications should match strategic objectives. So, for example, when you're within this process, it will be very helpful to keep in mind a series of attributes that can assist you as far as the functional deployment, technology infrastructure, security, regulations, and the fifth being operating environments and perception. And again, all these can shape your decisions and determine the potential overall return on your investment. So leveraging industry leading practices can help you define a implementation strategy for XR UX in your startup. As with any new strategy, your goals for incorporating XR UX into your startup, like I mentioned, should match your organization's overall vision, goals, culture, and strategy. And as the case with other technological shifts within XR, simply placing it in the startup is not transformative. The real value comes from the process to select, design, apply, and integrate the XR tech well into the startup. So the best way to achieve that is through how we can quantify those ideas by applying outcome-driven innovation. So with that said, let's get into the next slide, which highlights the 5 milestones of this process. And the first one being defining the user. Now, within this milestone, we have to remember and this is vital, that people buy products and services to get a job done. This is absolutely key to making it within the product and service space. If you think people are buying your product or your service on its own because of the branding style, or maybe because you have like a sponsor or like a famous spokesperson, then in the long run, you're going to be out of luck. The loyalty comes after solving the user's problem. Now, this insight is at the core of the next milestone, which is jobs to be done. But I want to get that. I want to get to that in a minute. So again, remember, users are loyal to the job. In many cases, the user is already well defined. Now, within this milestone, this is where we combined a group of users plus the job they are trying to get done. This is something we should remember. Now, going back to the example I gave earlier where we were trying to develop a VR mental health app, those who want to convey the lessons to those adults to better their mental health, that is the job to be done, and that constitutes as a market. So remember, a job to be done can be a objective, it could be a goal, it could be a task, a problem to be solved, something to be avoided, or anything else that a group of people are trying to accomplish. Now, when it comes to the next milestone, jobs to be done, it can segment users according to their needs. While UX designers, XR UX designers, I should say, sorry, have typically used personas for this purpose in the past, this tool has recently lost kind of its charm, really. I mean, it's rare for startups to be able to use personas effectively throughout the whole product development lifecycle rather than just at the beginning. Moreover, jobs to be done delivers a sharper focus on user problems, while too many examples of personas focus too much on describing fabricated, individuals and situations rather than research-based personal characteristics of users. Now, a focus on solving user problems is a better approach to eliciting product ideas. Nevertheless, personas are still a great tool for building empathy for users across a product development team. Plus, if the user's segmentation for a product is distinctive, combining personas with a job to be done can be a great approach. Now, getting a little deeper in regards to this milestone focuses on defining the markets the way consumers do in terms of a job they're trying to get done. So keep that in mind. A product is not a market. So a product is not a market. Every product will one day become a thing of the past. So one day we're listening to music on CDs, and that's not the case anymore. It faded away. But just because a technology or a product becomes, outdated, it doesn't mean that the market disappeared. I mean, we're still listening to music, right? So it means that the people who hired the product to get a job done have moved on to buy another product, one that helps them get the job done better. So keep all those points in mind. And with the third milestone, uncovering user needs, users do not naturally share the metrics we use to measure success when it comes to getting a job done. Because of that, startups need to make it a priority to be constantly engaged in a conversation that's designed to extract these desired outcome statements from the user. So a really smart way I've noticed a lot of newer tech companies doing is that they've moved all their communication straight just to Discord. Now, the process of uncovering the user needs begins by defining the job to be done and the job map. This is a great approach to gaining insights. Now, with trained XR UX researchers, they can extract desired outcome statements from users in nearly any user setting, including, for example, personal interviews, surveys, group interviews, like I mentioned, Discord chats, using ethnographic or anthropological research. In any typical 1 hour XR UX user interview, it is possible to capture around maybe 30 to 100 desired outcomes from a single user. It's a lot of data. So the captured outcomes represent the set of performance measures that define the successful execution execution of a specific job. These outcomes are what we call user needs. Now, with the fourth milestone, when it comes to discovering unmet needs, after identifying user needs, the next step is determining which of those needs are unmet by employing a quantitative research method that reveals how satisfied users are with your startup and your competitor's ability to address each of these needs. So a user's needs are unmet when they are important to the user, but are not well satisfied with the current solutions. Now, to discover which needs are important and unmet, there is a formula that I've used and through this formula, I've proved it to be very successful, at least through my efforts. And when you apply this formula, you can assess potential product ideas, which helps you to consider the difference between problem importance and the current user satisfaction, how satisfied the current user is. So it evaluates importance and satisfaction on a 9 point scale, then calculates the gap. So this formula, what this actual formula is, it's importance. Now you could write this down if you like. Importance plus parentheses, importance minus satisfaction parentheses equals opportunity score. This formula reveals which user needs are most important and less satisfied. The least satisfied represents the opportunity for growth. Having used this methodology in the past, I can tell you that the formula may need to be changed or tweaked to depending on your industry. But once you find that spot, it's going to be very helpful to use. So definitely use that formula. And then now with like the last milestone, um, finding segments of opportunities, despite the significance of correctly, you know, segmenting markets, many businesses continue to use demographics, psychographics, and behavioral market segmentation methodologies that do not exist within the jobs to be done methodology. Startups encountered, they can encounter a lot of several failed product and service attempts when wrong market segmentation theories were used. So rather than using that, rather than using standard segments, this strategy segments the opportunity by understanding the job the customer is attempting to complete and the user's unmet desired outcomes as a foundation of segmenting. So companies can find those hidden segments of potential by using outcome-based segmentation. And again, they are hidden in the sense that they cannot be detected by market segmentation, employing demographic, you know, like I mentioned, behavioral or attitudinal customer data. They also cannot be effectively portrayed using personas or compelling job stories based on qualitative data and observation. All of these strategies, while in common, result in really phantom targets. Finding hidden opportunities while certainty necessitates statistically valid market research. Knowing whether or not there are underserved and overserved segments in a target market helps a startup decide which growth strategy or strategies in this case to follow. One market may have numerous underserved segments, while other markets may have several overserved sectors. So in this former situation, a disruptive strategy would fail since no market segment is overserved. In the latter situation, a differentiated strategy would fail because no market sector is underserved. Choosing which segments to target and how to target them is a vital strategic choice. Now, once a startup can agree on, what I need And then two, what the customer's needs are. And then three, what categories of consumers exist with unique sets of unmet needs. And then four, which needs are unmet. Then the startup, is five times more likely to generate a market winning product or service. The power of outcome, driven innovation is that it precisely identifies the same. So keep all these points in mind, and then let's get to our next slide. All right, so let's get to the second part of this section within the course. And in this section, I'm going to be talking about the last couple of milestones within the innovation process for your startup that mostly focus on strategy. Now, with the first being conduct a competitive analysis. To do a successful competitive analysis, all of the user's demands must be identified. After all, how effectively those demands are addressed tells users how well you're doing your job. So if they don't know what those demands are, they can't judge how much better or worse a product is at assisting users in completing their tasks. Unfortunately, this only results in future words. Even when the features are unnecessary, that should not be the end result of a competitive analysis. Instead, competitive analysis should give the knowledge needed to outperform rivals by providing goods and services that assist consumers to do a better job. Now, when it comes to formulating the innovation strategy, innovation again is about creating new value for people who are willing to use and pay for that solution. Whereas strategy is the plan for harnessing, for example, the marketing, the operations to support achieving the competitive goal. Now, to clarify, innovation strategy isn't about the tactics, such as setting up a ideal challenge, but more about mapping the startup's mission, vision, and value proposition for defined user markets. It sets boundaries to your innovation performance expectations by simplifying and structuring your innovation work to achieve the best possible outcome. So to innovate, you don't start with a idea. To innovate, you have to start with a unmet user need, a real human problem that has not been solved yet or that has been solved poorly. Before moving forward, it's important to mention again that your innovation goals shouldn't be separated from your overall business objectives as having a unified vision and common goals for innovation will help fight the silo effect, increase your operational efficiency. So when it comes to formulating pricing strategy, which is the next one, asking your users how much they will pay for your product is the incorrect price strategy. You don't want to ask your users, your customers. Users aren't paying for a product. They are paying to execute a job to be done. So this milestone is focused on pricing the job to be done. And with the next one, it's ideating the solution. Now, with ideation is the mode of the design process in which you really concentrate on idea generation. Mentally, it represents a process of going wide in terms of concepts and outcomes. Ideation provides both the fuel and also the source material for building prototypes and getting innovative solutions into the hands of your users. Now, with the next milestone of evaluating the solution, when you want to evaluate the solution, this includes the process to validate a full solution or a segment of a solution that is about to be or has already been implemented. Evaluation determines how well a solution meets the business needs expressed by the stakeholders, including delivering value to the user. Now, with the next milestone, this is the solution evaluation. Actually, let's go back for a second with the solution evaluation, which includes the process of evaluating a solution to determine whether the implemented solution or solution component is delivering the business value as intended. So I want to emphasize that one more time. It's really important. So keep that in mind. And when it comes to the process of determining which aspects of the startup and or solution will be evaluated, how performance will be measured, when performance will be, when this will take place, this ensures the product or services success and the startup's growth. Now, with the next milestone, when it comes to positioning the solution, when a product helps consumers do their jobs better, value is produced. So, value is conveyed to users by demonstrating how a product does this from the perspective of the emotional task they are attempting to complete. In a outcome-driven innovation process, there's a link between the functional and the emotional duties of the client. Keeping this in mind, your startup may craft messages that hit home and touch users' hearts. So almost every startup knows that they need to position themselves to their users in the right way. No matter what industry you're operating in, building influence, driving revenue always begins in the same way, by positioning your startup or your brand as a solution to your audience's problem. All right, so let's get into our next section. And within this section, I'm going to be diving a little deeper in regards to the outcome driven innovation process. And I'm going to briefly just review again the milestones that were offered to carry out the process in order to, you know, identify areas of divergence and convergence. And then afterwards, we'll then determine which XR design processes are product specific and which XR design processes are product agnostic. Now, previously in the video, I covered outcome driven innovation. So, again, with this process, we first define the user, then define the job to be done, followed by uncovering customer needs. We then discover unmet needs, which allows us to find segments of opportunity as we then size the market opportunity as well. Now, to carry out a outcome-driven innovation approach, we must first define the user, then describe the work to be done, and then afterwards, we uncover the client demands. So we then, once we then uncover unmet demands, which helps us to identify sectors of potential while also sizing the market opportunity. After we've established all of that, we'll undertake a competitive study to develop the innovation plan. Then, once the strategy has been decided, we therefore developed a pricing strategy, ideate and analyze a solution, and finally place it in uh, within the market. That's a lot of work to accomplish as a team. But let's take a moment as to remember as to why we're even doing all of these steps. So, having gone through this procedure in the past, I strongly suggest to you to apply it to yourself and for you to really, look into, this process. So here's a activity that we can kind of, you know, practice together with. Take a glance at the list that I made and categorize them based on whether they're convergence or divergence. They should fit into either section, right? So take a moment to sort out things for yourself. And, for instance, depending on the startup, you may have you defining the user and the work to be done, as well as identifying the user needs and wants and unfulfilled needs in a divergence bucket. You put locating the segment, opportunity, sizing the market, opportunity, doing competitive analysis, designing the innovation strategy, ideation, and assessment of the market, and probably more in the convergence section. Now that we have, you know, broken these two off into different sections. There's another part of the process with divergence and convergence on the convergence side, not the divergence side. So after formulating a strategy, there's further convergence, and there is a need to ideate and then evaluate it before positioning the solution in the market. So you might be wondering what the difference this is and a diamond shape concept if you're familiar with it, and and really they both have ideation and evaluation, or what we label as develop and deliver. But the truth is that there is differences. But first, let me ask you a series of questions before I get to that point. What was the innovation process created for? We touched up on this point. How come there's not even a XR tech evaluation in this innovation process? Well, outcome driven innovation is a product agnostic innovation process. So this is absolutely key to success. It may sound strange for a startup to deeply, be engaged in tech to advocate for a non-technological approach to solving a problem. But sometimes that's precisely the right thing to do. It is an easy way, it's easy, to get swept up in the multitude of all the amazing tools that have been developed to make modern startups run smoothly. But with access to more and more data, it's inevitable that a horde of startups will race to build, flashy tools, really cool stuff, all, vying for the user's attention. But it's tempting to mold, and, it's tempting as a CEO or the executives of a startup to mold their business processes to fit into whatever tool the startup decided to buy and implement. But this can be a big mistake. So ultimately, technology is a tool. Just like you wouldn't use a hammer to drive screws or a screwdriver to hammer nails, you need the right solution for the right job. By spending time looking at the raw purpose of the process, you may discover that there's a better tool for the job that you're trying to accomplish. Now, maybe you discover a opportunity to create a new tool altogether, but you won't find many people arguing for removing technology from the workplace entirely either way. So removing the mental blockade of viewing processes through technology and instead viewing technologies that fit your processes is a very valuable exercise that you and your team can practice. The technology comes and goes. If you focus on the human aspect, your chances of getting it right are way higher than if you focus on the specific technology or the device. This is exactly why XR UX strategy is being recognized, because it's helped a lot of startups take a step back and think about the human aspect before the product or the technology itself. All right, let's jump into our next section where I'm going to be exploring how to implement a end-to-end process in a agile environment. So, but before we do that, let's review the double diamond design process. And in order to get to a better understanding of what this tool is, we have to remember that the creative process of creating a solution to a problem can be quite a maze. That's why we have tools like Double Diamond Model. It's a roadmap for people who want to create things. The official Double Diamond design model has 4 stages: discovery, definition, development, and delivery. Together, these stages work as a map for designers and developers at a startup who can use this tool to organize their thoughts in order to improve the creative process. Now, it's important to bear in mind that this model isn't linear in any way. In fact, creative people are encouraged to go back and forth between these stages in order to fully understand what the problem is and how they can either solve it or improve on a existing solution. So the double diamond model is a framework that can be used in a variety of industries and just about anywhere, really. So it's more than a simple tool for designers and developers because it can be applied to any problem that calls for a solution. Now, every designer and developer has their own way of doing things, but having a roadmap to follow allows you to focus all your mental might on the situation at hand, and that will always save you time in the long run. Now, here is another important connection to make when we're working on this and when we're thinking about this. The double diamond design process should be practiced continuously as you're learning more and more about the solution your team is defining. In agile teams, you should at least go through one end-to-end XR/UX double diamond process per sprint. Try doing more than one end-to-end XR/UX double diamond process in parallel during your sprint. This is because one user's story may translate to two or three XR/UX challenges, which will require two or three end-to-end double diamond um, work streams running in parallel. However, the first diamond needs to be done only once per quarter. If the market and latest innovations have not solved any of the unmet needs, even once a year really could be enough. At this point, now is a good time to simplify the first assignment a little bit further, looking at all the different milestones of the outcome driven innovation process. Let me just go back to that real quick. Yeah. Take a moment to select the pinnacle milestone for each side of the diamond. Again, the answer to this could be debatable, but try to spend time by pausing this video and thinking about what I just presented to you. Another source that can be very helpful to you is the XR/UX triple diamond, which is also a paradigm for mapping project activities and um, things that pertain to the activities. Now, these activities are numerous and diverse, but luckily, not all of them depend solely on us as people to fulfill. We don't need to um, specialize in. We don't need the specialized information required to carry out every operation within each diamond. We have, a team of coworkers for that. After all, however, if we are if we are to work successfully, we must know more than just our tiny portion of a project. We may know our part by heart, but we cooperate best when we grasp how the entire team works together. So, seeing beyond our own specialties enables us to recognize and appreciate the efforts of others. Now, it also assists us in becoming more understanding of the actions and the abilities that other practitioners in the design development's life cycle contribute to. But, keep this in mind as well that we widen our skill set by comprehending other people's skill sets and valuable contributions. So this helps us see the golden thread that ties our work with their work. Yeah. All right, let's move into section 4, turning XR/UX strategy into a optimized teamwork effort. Now, within this part of the course, we will look into what is discovery research and why it is so important for any XR/UX strategy. Then we will look into the 4 dimensions of any research methodology within a XR/UX process to make an informed decision on what methodology to apply at any given moment. Then we will look into the concept of XR design thinking and product vision and why it is a great way to bring the whole team together during your XR/UX strategy journey. Now that we have understood why it is so important to start building a product from the understanding of unmet user needs, you may still be asking yourself, though, how do we discover what those unmet needs are? And the simple answer to this question is through XR/UX research. However, to be more specific, it's through discovery research. But you still may be asking yourself, what is the current capacity of my startup when it comes to XR/UX research? Well, I could tell you this: without XR UX research, startups are simply just shooting without any aim. These startups don't know who their target audience is. And even if they have some idea, they still don't know how to approach them. So XR UX research focuses on exactly this. It is the most accurate and effective way to answer the challenging questions when it comes to when you try to design a XR product. So the better you understand your customers, the more successful your XR product is bound to be overall. So this is more than a assumption, really. It's a trade of business environment that we're in. So over the years, XR UX research has turned from, it's nice to have into a vital part of a successful venture. So because, by understanding these unmet demands, this will serve as a cornerstone for your XR/UX approach. So now that we've touched upon some of these points, let's get into some of these research methodologies I was speaking about a little bit earlier. So the best way to determine which method to utilize is to examine this four-dimensional framework that you're seeing here within the slide, which is made up of the following components: attitude versus behavior, qualitative versus quantitative, context of use, and timing. Now, I'm sure for some of these concepts, they are probably not new to you, and you're probably quite familiar with these concepts. But just to refresh our memories, let's just go over these four concepts. So, with attitude versus behavior, we have one on one end. You have people. Um, you get what people say on one end, and then on the other hand, you get what people do. So attitude is defined as a person's mental tendency, which is responsible for the way they think or feel for someone or something. Now, behavior implies the actions, the moves, the conduct, the functions, or you know, the conduct or function of a individual or a group towards another group or a person or another thing. Now, when it comes to qualitative versus quantitative, qualitative research is the process of collecting and analyzing non-numerical data to understand user attitudes and motivations and developing a in-depth understanding of the problem. Now, using qualitative research methods, XR UX researchers try to answer, questions such as why or how, right? So qualitative research generates these insights into how users experience a product or a service. And researchers will often use tools such as, you know, interviews or observational field studies, amongst a lot of other ways of doing it. However, unlike quantitative XR/UX research, qualitative research doesn't require as many respondents because instead of focusing on statistical significance, it seeks to understand the experiences of users and formulates theories or hypotheses that can then be tested, right? So now when it comes to quantitative research, on the other hand, this is a process of collecting and analyzing numerical data to identify patterns and averages, as well as measuring data points and producing results that, as the name suggests, really are quantifiable. By using quantitative data, XR/UX researchers answer questions such as how many, how much, how often, and to add a little bit furthermore, quantitative research provides the hard data, and researchers working with quantitative methods often use resources like different tools that can track how long a user has been on the platform, for example, or the results from a A/B testing that the researcher did. So, in order for this type of research to be effective, it requires a large number of research participants so that enough data points can be generated and conclusions can be drawn about the statistical significance of the findings. So, now moving on to context of use. Um, when it comes to context of use, while use cases and edge cases are the predominant tools used to anticipate and respond to XR/UX and product design issues in general, context of use is often neglected or not given the attention it deserves. Um, Context of use is about understanding and responding to actual conditions which a XR product is being used. So, for example, ease of use of a medical VR app may not be significant when a doctor uses it in a clinical setting, but it can become significant if a home care support worker uses the same VR app at a patient's home. So, context of use means understanding where, how, why, when, and under what conditions. And within conditions itself, the environment, the physical aspect, the social aspect, the emotional aspect of the product, the service that's being experienced or used by the user. Getting context wrong or leaving it out can make or break a good XR design decision. Now, last but not least, with timing. With timing, you may be at a point where you're planning to start a new project or create a feature for a existing product, and you understand XR/UX and the value of investing in XR/UX at the beginning of your project lifecycle. However, one of your next questions might be, how much time will this add to my project scope? So, well, your XR UX timeline won't look the same as the next startup. So keep that in mind. It depends on the number and size of features and development deadlines. But in most cases, implementing a XR UX process adds about 4 months to the front end of your project. But remember, XR UX saves you from tremendous amounts of development rework typically found after release. Of course, this is dependent upon your projected release date, the project scope, and um, a, a host of other factors. In cases where business deadlines are inflexible, this time frame can be condensed a bit, but it's tricky and risky. Now, remember, the field of XR UX has a wide range of research methods available, ranging from tried and true methods such as lab-based usability studies to those that have been more recently developed. While it's not realistic to use a full set of methods on a given project, nearly all startups would benefit from multiple research methods and from combining insights. Um, Unfortunately, though, many design teams only use maybe one or two or three methods that they're familiar with. Again, the key question is what to do when here. Okay, so to better understand when to use which method, it is helpful to view these along the four-dimensional framework that I just presented. So the following chart that you're seeing here, it illustrates where 20 popular methods appear along those dimensions. So to recap, whether you're a seasoned insight, professional or a first-time XR UX researcher, understanding the methodologies available within the research toolkit grounds research in the real world. So that's it's a very important point to keep in mind when you're within this process. So every XR UX researcher should understand the different types of methods available. So as you can see in the image that I have placed here, the contextualized interviews are on one side of the chart, as you see, while the A/B testing is on the other. For each of the four dimension spectrums that I talked about, the research methodology your team should pursue during the research discovery phase will most likely fall on one of the following sides. So attitude versus behavior, you want to focus on the latter. Remember, we're looking for unmet needs within users and people, which means we need to understand what they do and where there's anything they do that isn't covered by the products on the market right now. As we discussed earlier, in order to capture the demands of our target audience, we must focus on direct observations. So this is with the ultimate goal of identifying as many demands as possible. However, once we have a good knowledge of user needs, we need to quantify them. So in other words, let's say you have 100 wants from a user group study that you conducted. Which one would you prioritize? This solution is based on a quantitative analysis, and the opportunity algorithm that I brought up earlier will be used in this quantitative study if the outcome driven innovation method is used. So next will be the context of use that I mentioned earlier. Now, given that the first diamond is product agnostic, as I brought up earlier, this research phase would undoubtedly tilt towards the side of the spectrum where participants do not use any product at all during the study. And lastly, it's the timing. Lastly, but not the least, timing is very important. This was defined in the previous lesson that I spoke about while we were discussing the XR/UX strategy definition building blocks. And the emphasis will be on the start of the product development phase here. So keep that in mind. And with that, we'll move into the next part of the class. All right, let's get into XR/UX design thinking. And here's a critical concept that is important for you to leverage when working at a strategic level. The fact that you bring to the table the understanding of what your users' unmet needs are puts you in a position where you have something you need to offer to the other disciplines within your startup. A misconception many have on what design is that design equals like a smartphone or a website or a kitchen table. However, this equation is faulty. Design is not a artifact. It's a systematic approach to solving problems. So remember that in the same way that product teams brought the understanding of this sector and startups goals and their requirements, and how the dev team brought the understanding of the technologies available to bring value to the startup. A XR/UX strategy brings the understanding of unmet needs and how important they are for the user, as well as the startup itself. This is the basis of design thinking. Thinking like a designer can transform the way how startups develop products, services, processes, and strategies. This approach brings together what is desirable from a human point of view with what is technologically feasible and economically viable. Most of the strategic activities that one will facilitate needs to be together with the business and the technology counterparts. By approaching the XR/UX strategy activities with a design thinking lens, you will allow individuals who are not trained as designers to use creative tools to address a range of challenges, a vast range of challenges, really. Now, design thinking, obviously is a well established technique, and of course, it's frequently used in the development of UX. However, the key to successful XR design thinking is your approach and mentality. Again, just to highlight that point, because successful and impactful XR design thinking is building empathy with users. It's concentrating on the user first always. It's more of a way of thinking than just a method or a set of procedures to follow. However, what you want to do here is to bring that understanding from design thinking and apply it to XR. There are differences, such as when it comes to, for example, the creativity and issue framing within XR. And that is because XR has the technological capabilities to solve a lot of issues, but we can't look at this tech and expect it to fix everything on its own. So again, just to highlight this one more last time, design thinking is a method of framing a issue by empathizing with your users. You'll learn a lot about the context and environment in which current solutions are used, allowing you to discover problems, the shortages, and the possibilities. This will assist you in defining the problem. Now, however, again, you're attempting to um, understand and comprehend the user's problems, not just the symptoms of the problem. Okay. Then, at this stage, we enter the ideation stage. And within the ideation stage, it's generally strongly linked with 3D prototyping, though you can start with other tools and ways such as like sketching it out digitally or even on paper. Ideation does not merely happen in your head, though, or via dialogue or a conversation with a tester, for example. Rather, ideation occurs through, again, it's the sketching, it's the storyboarding, and it's the wireframing. These are some of the typical strategies that one can adopt throughout the ideation stage, which will then assist them to shift into the 3D prototyping. When you have these initial prototypes, you can go from sketch to 3D, but keep in mind that the level of the prototype, whether it's lo-fi or hi-fi, will influence the feedback that you receive. Because from my experience, um, if you have something that appears very hi-fi, initially you are likely to get very different feedback versus something that's lo-fi, and you don't want to start off the bat with a prototype that looks too finished when you're testing it with users. Because again, from my experience, something that I've learned is that if it looks too finished, the tester actually may feel like their feedback is unworthy, and they actually hold back from giving you feedback and data. So with this completion of the testing phase, although testing, to be honest, never truly ends because you continue to test and implement, and you should continue to test and implement throughout the course of your startup. But when we speak about the implementation of a XR product, you have to develop and implement the prototype, then you test the prototype. And what I mean here by testing is that you actually use a VR headset to test things out. One really cool idea I've noticed some VR tech companies do within their XR UX process is that they use immersive prototyping where you can create the interface directly on another device so that you can simultaneously test while you're designing. Now, again, now that we've created and gone over this procedure with empathizing, the defining, the ideating, the prototyping, the testing, and implementing these phases, let's look a little deeper into some of the XR concerns in each one of these steps. Now, as I previously stated, one typical XR UX technique is conducting group user studies and observing user testing with VR headsets in order to understand their challenges and you know difficulties that they may have. Here, however, the issue with XR is that this is not always a solution. Yes, if you're developing an existing XR prototype, you might be able to watch how consumers interact with it. However, if you're looking at a existing problem and trying to um, incorporate XR as a solution, it may not actually work to your benefit. At this point, within this video, all XR UX designers, developers, and researchers, and just in general, we all need to keep this in mind that most people are still not using, XR every day yet. It's a big, you know, keyword here, yet. Um, it differs greatly from web-based and mobile-based design, where people are using it and they're interacting with this technology on a regular basis. I don't know still how a lot of individuals who use VR or AR on a regular basis, and certainly not a lot of people who are using it professionally or in a constructive way. I mean, we're getting there, but we are getting into these meeting situations and holding meetings in like XR or VR, but we're not yet working in VR yet, at least. not in these types of virtual places with virtual like offices. If we did, we would use these more traditional tactics such as like shadowing or like field research. However, the truth here at the moment is that you cannot fully monitor the difficulties as they occur. Don't just look at the problem or just look at the symptoms of the user problem and then attempt whatever it takes to force that problem into a XR solution. A designer or developer may prefer VR or over AR, and some may prefer MR, mixed reality, and then strive to solve everything, for example, with VR or solve everything, with AR. So don't simply go all in with either or. It's possible that after going through these early needed fact finding like stages, you realize that AR or VR is maybe one of them may be a viable option, or maybe neither. That would be a good outcome to have because it would save you a lot of money, a lot of time, and a lot of energy. And when we are in the XR ideation stage, what is really important, at least for me here, is that when you ideate and you already have experience utilizing XR technologies and you are aware of all the technological constraints of some of these devices, for example, the frequency with which one can scan the environment, or the precision with which they can describe the environment, or the lack of semantics that we have. Detecting these things is really difficult. However, just as it's important, it's important when you enter a ideation session, although let me say it this way, although it is worth knowing the technological constraints, that you do not actually bring that limitation to the ideation session as it can limit your options and thinking. Don't be biased in these ideation sessions. This is why not this is why actually not having expertise in XR is actually not a disadvantage here, because what will help the ideation process here is the magic and the power of XR technology. I know it sounds kind of corny, but it's the truth. I mean, let me kind of further explain what I'm trying to get at is that basically for a lot of people around the globe right now, XR technology is looked at as something that's magical and powerful that has no limitation in what it can do. And I'm basing this upon the research I've conducted and a lot of the conversations I've had with a lot of different people who may not own a VR headset or have never even tried a VR headset. To them, all of this is pretty much magic. And we want to bring that into our ideation sessions. It's actually critical when it comes to design thinking for XR. So now at the prototyping stage, a key here for a successful prototype is that we don't want to focus on redundant prototypes. Now, what I mean here is that you don't want to waste your time on basic things. Rather, you want to look at prototyping from the lens of how I can learn more about product or service, and also the users from my prototype. What you should do instead is really focus on the unknown unknowns in your prototype. There might be a lot of holes in your present XR design idea and concept. So utilize prototyping to highlight those gaps so you can then, go back and fill those holes up. That's the best way to go about it. The goal of this testing phase at this point is to recreate a nearly full user experience similar to that of a functional prototype where everything has been integrated. You can fill in the blanks here, okay? Even though we haven't fully integrated the system yet, we're trying to simulate the almost final user experience during the testing phase. Now, finally, when it comes to the implementation, I believe one of the most frequent errors and mistakes is that many of us are extremely, comfortable with one tool. So, for example, sometimes a designer prefers Unity, and sometimes a designer prefers Unreal. Some of us may know both, but we don't explore alternative possibilities and try to achieve everything with these tools because we believe in Unity or Unreal, right? We don't want to work with either, just like with both. And the point I want to convey here is that you should use the best tool for the job. As an example, consider a early stage prototype. We don't have to rush into Unreal and leverage all of its really high end rendering features. You wouldn't even need to jump into Unreal to get started. You may now select like another alternative prototype tool, perhaps more suited to immersive prototyping, for example. So have a lot of alternatives and don't be scared to try new things. Even if it's switching between some of these tools, isn't always like straightforward. Having this tool, flexibility and knowledge of a multitude of different tools is a tremendous strength to have. And that will be, that would broaden your perspective on the issues that you may have within your process. So, not just with just one tool, but with all of them. And with that said, let's move into our next section. All right, now let's move into product vision workshop. And working on a product without a decent product vision resembles going into the street with eyes closed. But you're wandering aimlessly is not sustainable if you have a destination in mind. The same is true in a startup. You need to know what you are trying to achieve in order to create real value. You need a North Star, let's say, that everyone within your startup is moving toward together to achieve your goals and serve your users. Product vision is part of, let's say that guiding constellation. So it's connected to the company's overarching mission. A strong product vision, you know, helps you build a product strategy that's forward looking and user driven. It is the core essence of where you want your product to be in the future and what you are building. Without a clear vision, many product teams have trouble seeing the big picture. They change course often and tend to disagree on what to do next. It can feel disorienting and demotivating when you cannot tie your work to the value it provides. Even more, it is a bad situation for your product and your users too. So you cannot deliver the experience that users want if you're not clear on why you are providing it. To advance a XR product, direction helps keep things going and makes actions meaningful. On the other hand, a leader has the responsibility for leading and guiding others as well. So, the CEO and the managers and everyone really in general need to keep business plans and customer and user requests in mind while motivating everyone to work towards a common goal. Again, without direction, a team can't follow. Product vision imagines a product direction in the long term. Workshops are a um, great way to bring teams from different disciplines together to share their understanding of any particular subject and then align together. So, a good objective for your first, vision workshop is to get the team to know each other better. um, Great way of starting. And also discuss the first time what the vision for, what this new product should be together. Now, there's three steps for creating a strong experience vision. The first is it needs to be based on research. A lot of the startups do not have a visionary within their startup at their helm. So these teams must find new sources of inspiration. In the absence of a visionary, often the case is that teams draw inspiration from in-depth investigation of, you know, user needs and aspirations. However, the Latin wants are those that users are unable to articulate on their own because they are unaware of what is possible. The second quality, the second step is the focus on the user experience. Focusing just on technological innovation is a typical temptation. However, this is a mistake because technology evolves over time. This is kind of similar to what I was speaking about in the previous section. It will be nearly impossible to predict, new XR technology in 5 years from now. The top teams guarantee that the user experience is prioritized over the underlying technology. And the vision describes how users interact with the product or service. So experiences do not change quickly and provide a superior long term goal. Having the vision exclusively in the hand of one or two people does not help the team make vital and important decisions. The vision must be communicated to all levels of the startup. Successful teams ensure that everyone making decisions understands the vision. This includes not just main design agents like designers and developers, but also indirect design agents like customer support, manufacturing, depending on your startup, and even the legal team, just as examples. Other organizational entities will have a impact because some of the user's experiences occurs when they're not looking at the design. In many cases, the direct design agents shape the experience as much as the design itself does. So if a particular change is occurring from division, the team must decide whether or not to proceed. Sometimes you have to keep a step back. You have to take a step back in order to um, strive forward, let's say. So in other cases, you may realize that your vision isn't quite right and that it needs to be adjusted. Remember, we put the flag in the sand, so it would be easier to move if we needed to. Okay, if that makes sense. If you need to adjust your vision, make sure everyone is aware of it first and why second. If you don't know where you're going, your chances of getting there are minimal. Even on the busiest days, having a concrete vision that everyone shares will make you feel like you're working towards something meaningful. All right, let's move on now to section 5, utilizing workshops for your XR/UX strategy. So, when it comes to a XR/UX workshop, it's a crucial phase of your well thought out product, right? So, there is a wide variety of cases where such workshops can help solve pressing problems, which is critical for a project's success. They can range from tackling, design problems or other XR/UX issues to receive constructive feedback on your XR designs. However, despite being such a vital part of the process, user needs workshops are often poorly organized and managed. But first, you may be thinking, how are workshops different from the regular meetings that we have within my startup? Well, for example, they aim to achieve a clear goal or develop a plan that would help reach a specific goal. They take much longer to organize and plan, and they are active in nature, amongst other points that could be made, but we'll see that for another video. All participants must be invested and involved in the discussion or the workshops activities. They're often much longer, while they can range from 1 hour workshops to a few hours to a few days. However, when you are setting up a workshop, there are a lot of things that also need to be taken into consideration that have nothing to do with XR/UX as such. So they're purely organizational in nature and are important for a frictionless workshop. And some of those examples are, choosing the right venue or location, depending if it's live or in person or remote, preparing the location, making sure like people that were invited or prepared, and maybe considering like if you need snacks or beverages. So please note that workshops can also be remote, obviously. And if you're doing workshops remote, tools such as Figma and within Figma, FigJam are great. So these instruments allow real-time collaboration, which is exactly what you need for a productive workshop. And all of these benefits ensure that your project um, will move forward with less uncertainty and a greater deal of success. So, in this lesson, we'll go over 6 key workshops for kicking off a XR/UX strategy, followed by learning about the relationship between user needs, empathy maps, and value proposition design, and as well as how identifying unmet needs fuels all of these. So I will present a effective method as well for how to manage stakeholders during the creation of any new XR product, followed by 2 crucial workshops to lay the groundwork for a successful product design. And in regards to user needs workshops, here you need to set up a 3-hour workshop in which you will need to present user needs, user groups, and get everyone acquainted with user demands. The next steps prioritizes the user needs by grouping them, and then agree on the next steps. This workshop's attendees include, let me bring the slide up again, sorry, mostly the core product development team, as well as other beneficiaries who can shed light on the user needs, but try to have everyone involved and invited, even the optional ones. The goals of this workshop are to begin to familiarize the team with user needs, and then to get agreement on which user needs the team should focus on. This will be accomplished by prioritizing and ensuring that the team begins thinking about sprint planning in accordance with these priorities. So you will also determine whether additional study is required to support any of these assumptions developed during the workshop in order to validate and explore them. Now, a tool that I love to use that I mentioned is FigJam. And because it's a digital board where we can share research ideas and do the planning of the project using its live tools, it's really great. So it enables us to share their Jam board that they call it, with clients, and can simultaneously debate. We could debate about the views and other topics, and it's all in the cloud, so it's a really good tool to use. And after gathering as many user needs as possible, you will concentrate on writing them in a certain structure, which I will discuss in more detail later. Now, again, in FigJam, create 2 sets of cards in a card format for the workshop. Then one thing that is quite beneficial is to identify ahead of time which beneficiary group you want to um, focus on within the session. Also, prepare another large chart in FigJam to generate prioritizing matrix during the class. Now, this is a fantastic approach to get everyone involved. And one other point I should mention is that it's great if you could take photos during your workshops, so whether they're live in person or they're remote. Now, when it comes to developing a user needs workshop, they're fun, they're exciting, yet they are still complex and challenging. As you know, there are many concerns to take into consideration. So the goal is to prioritize the issues without any bias. And such activities might seem like a luxury rather than a necessity. However, implementing a robust approach to understanding user needs through a workshop should be a key component of your XR/UX strategy, into which it is worth investing time and effort. A clear understanding of your of users of a clear understanding of your users is really important to understand your user needs, because without understanding what users will want or need and how to provide meaningful access to it, you will not be able to fulfill the same. Therefore, you cannot make any claims about the success of your preservation activities without any understanding of user needs to measure them against, right? So the fundamental role that user needs plays in developing a XR product can be further reinforced by examining how many areas of decision making it can influence. At a broad level across XR products, life of a XR product lifecycle, this can include but not be limited to um, aiding in the identification of the significant properties of XR UX strategy that needs to be preserved. Another one is informing the creation of policy and procedures, understanding the metadata and the documentation that will be needed. Another point is influencing preservation planning and identifying methods that will produce reusable content for workshops. And as mentioned above, understanding user needs is, again, particularly important when developing access provisions. It can provide guidance so that we will be able to understand, especially when it comes to understanding accessibility requirements or identifying new tools and knowing what guidance users will need amongst other things, for example. So once you have decided to incorporate user needs workshops into your XR UX strategy at your startup, creating a well considered and clearly structured plan will help you move forward. Now, the first step in your workshop is to understand what it looks like when you have successfully met the needs of users through your product or your service. The first thing I suggest you do as a team is to break down user needs and how and think about what must happen or be true for your user need to be met, as I just mentioned right now. So you can write them a little like clauses in a contract. Some needs will only have one clause, and other needs will have multiple clauses. To explain what I mean, let's look at the previous. Let's think about this example, I should say. So the user is a British person, for example. Their need is they need to provide proof of identity and visa permissions to border control. Why they need why this needs to exist is that so they can travel abroad, right? And the satisfaction clause is the need. This is the need. This is when the need has been met, and the user understands what a password is and why they need it, where, when, and how to apply for a password, why they need a visa, how they can get a visa, how to obtain it, and when to obtain a visa. And with that said, now we can move into uh, grouping um, different user groups. While this is a perfect time to walk the team through all the user groups. So you can also explain your reasoning for prioritizing the one you chose for this particular workshop. So XR UX practitioners are often caught in like a balancing act where usability improvements, tasks to be done, design ideas, personas, resources, the list goes on, really. So the reality is that not everything can be done at once. Making a informed decision on what to prioritize can be a very difficult and daunting task. Therefore, a basic prioritization matrix can serve to prioritize the most important user groups. This structured, objective approach helps achieve collaborative consensus while satisfying the varied needs of the users and the startup. So now it's now time to become more acquainted with the user needs. Okay, so to do this, first divide the workshop into two groups. Then one thing to keep in mind as you divide the groups is to ensure that each group has some form of proxy for the user. Okay, so this could be a subject matter expert or someone who has been studying the user in such a way that they can quickly transfer knowledge and truly bring those user needs to life, such as a XR UX researcher. And the next step is to appoint one person to read the user needs, while the goal of ensuring that everyone, hold on, moving ahead, sorry, has the opportunity to ask questions if anything is unclear. This is the ideal moment to notice whether any of the phrasing is unclear or if any of the terminology needs to be explained. Following this part, you will begin grouping the user groups by team, which is what you're seeing here within the slide. Now, this means that you will double check with the team members to ensure that all of the needs are understood. And then you will go over all of the needs again. But this time you will begin to um, organize them by theme, right? Um, so be wary of anything that appears to fall into the same category, such as making sure, you know, the user's life is easier, it's an easier task, troubleshooting or assisting them in achieving their goals. So there is no right or wrong way to approach this. Simply begin by identifying common themes throughout the user groups. Now, begin coming up with the titles for the topic as you go, each of which you can change at the end. So either way, that you can evolve the names you've chosen for each of the themes as you continue. That's something you could do at the end. But at this point now, you can just start discussing the actual themes. And if you have more than 5 themes, utilize a procedure known as like dot voting in FigJam to choose the top 5 if you have more. And keep in mind that themes will almost certainly mirror occupations that the beneficiary has available. So first you highlight the theme and then ask each team to present the theme they created. Next, you compare all of the themes that were found between one team and another, keeping a eye out for outliers so that there is some discussion about why one team has a theme and the other team doesn't have a certain theme. And then finally, all these themes must be agreed as a whole within the team so that you can um, move forward to start looking for more prioritizing. Okay. Now, at this point, it's time to prioritize the user needs by themes. Now that you have picked the themes, what you want to do is you go into FigJam and create a X and Y axis. And the X axis, within the X axis, you're going to write value to the beneficiary. Okay. Now keep in mind that this is from low to high. On the Y axis, you want to write risk to your startup. What this means is that as a team, you're going to think about which of the needs which needs brings the most value to the beneficiary, in contrast to what is the risk um, your startup is taking in order to solve that particular need. Now, by risk, I mean not only visibility, but also viability or anything we know within the startup as to how risky it is to go after that particular user need. So, with that in mind, a couple of other points that we can keep in mind that are going to emerge are the first point is that it contains low value for the user or benefit and little risk for the startup. It may sound um, appealing to pursue this. Sorry, not appalling. It's appealing. Yeah? But but and the fact is that it may not be worth pursuing at this point of the startup. The second point is concerned with things that are of little value to the beneficiary, but pose a substantial risk to the startup. This is a significant risk. Now, the third quadrant or point focuses on areas that require additional research. At this point, it's not just user research, but also research within the startup as to what it would take to develop or to pursue that particular need. Now, it could be technical, or it could be a spike, or it could also be understanding of the startup's priorities. Another another point is most exciting one in my opinion, because this is where one where a team has identified have high value for a beneficiary and low risk for your startup. So this need is definitely worth pursuing. Okay, if you have this. Now set up as many prioritization. Um, Let me go back to that. Actually, this slide for a second. And remember, as I stated, that there should be no more than four themes. So make sure you have those four charts ready in FigJam so that everyone can help prioritize them. Okay. Now bring the workshop attendees together to agree on where to place the user needs on the prioritization matrix by theme. This is where having people from all different disciplines in this space really, this pays off because they will be able to give their input as to where to place the user needs according to the high and low risk of to the startup. And here you start a conversation on what theme to focus on for the first release. Keep it easy going, it doesn't have to be too stressful. There is no need to make a commitment right now, but this is a great place to start. Now that you've completed all of these metrics, how are these user demands different from the unmet need that we discussed during the outcome driven innovation process? Let's think about that for a second, because they may differ slightly due to differences in the methodology used to collect them and the format in which they are presented. But in the end, what matters most is that you are spending time with your team, focusing on your beneficiaries, right? And whatever manner you choose to achieve this, you are executing a XR UX strategy, since it is all about putting the user's lens on, right? So ideally you'll come out of this workshop with the following types of conclusions. First, the themes have been identified throughout the workshop and agreed upon by the entire team. In addition, a list of needs that have been prioritized has been created. And then finally, you should conclude the theme with a few more measures. And I recommend you consider um, doing after the workshop. So after the workshop, re-examine the prioritization with the dev team, and also make sure to hold additional workshops for various user groups or newly recognized needs afterwards again. And most likely, this is not the first workshop that you're going to be doing, but rather than the beginning of um, rather than the beginning of getting the team together to better understand and agree on what user demands have the most value for the startup. So keep all those in mind. All right, let's move into our next workshop that focuses on empathy mapping. And, you know, again, empathy is at the heart of a XR UX experience design. As an XR UX designer, you're the user's most powerful advocate in guaranteeing a easy, stress-free XR experience. A designer must be able to comprehend and understand your user, how they think, what they need, and how they feel in order to be a successful advocate. So empathy maps are a great place to start when it comes to gaining a better knowledge of your users. They're also beneficial for fostering empathy for users amongst your employees, your coworkers, and other important stakeholders. So when it comes to empathy maps, again, these are useful tools for designers who want to not only understand and comprehend user behavior, but also visually convey their results to their colleagues, or bringing the entire team together around a common understanding of their user. Now, with empathy mapping, this is why it was essentially created. It was created to reduce these misunderstandings and misunderstandings among target users. So, when performing user research, you may learn a lot about your users through their words and actions, as well as more subtle cues like body language and facial expressions. So, when you're working on an empathy map, remember that this visualizes all of these results. It condenses and simplifies the information you gathered about your users throughout the entire XR UX research process. Now, moving to the next slide. Now, with our empathy mapping workshop, this should be a 2 hour or 3 hour session in which you will first discuss what a empathy map is, then followed by a warm-up exercise, and then you'll walk through a more extensive description of what the tasks to be done within a empathy map is with our participants, and what the senses are employed in the empathy map, as well as what the positives and the negatives are. Then you'll end up with the next steps. So similar to the previous workshop, this workshop will be attended by the core product development team, as well as other optional participants, such as the rest of the staff or end users or others. But again, I would stress that to have everyone be a part of the experience, because the goals of the workshop are to align the team on a single shared understanding of one beneficiary, as well as to understand, what it means for the startup itself. Because the more diverse perspectives you can bring to the workshop will result in better maps. So now preparing for the workshop is simple. Prior to the workshop, decide with important team members who they would like to sympathize with. And then in FigJam, I would recommend that you prepare 2 empathy map variants that I will also be discussing a little later in the video. I also recommend having 2 or 3 distinct colors of Post-its and FigJam ready for the participants. And another thing I found really valuable for this type of workshop is having and bringing data to the workshop in order to share with the team. This will add a lot of context to your workshop. Then, as usual, if you can, take screenshots and take photos if it's in person. And so, by doing that, you're ensuring that you can later synthesize the workshop and that you document all of the workshop's outputs and learnings in an accessible location for the entire team. So I would suggest even, moving the photos that you've taken into your FigJam file for everyone to have access to them. Now, let's dig a little deeper into what empathy mapping is. Well, a empathy map is a collaborative visualization that is used to express what we know about a specific type of user. And the following points I'm going to talk about are the advantages of establishing an empathy map. Now, it externalizes information about the beneficiary. It captures a moment in the user's life. And I found that these empathy maps are actually a little bit more useful than personas, because empathy maps are more trustworthy because they are they're in the moment, as opposed to a much broader subjective view, which I've seen a lot with personas, and which actually personas attempt to achieve, really. Also, be sure to keep this in mind, which is really important, is that be sure to select a user and not a company or a startup. Users have emotions with which you can empathize with, and companies or other startups don't. So there are numerous approaches to empathy mapping, but I'm going to focus on 2 in particular in this video. And the first is the easier one. This one just has 4 dimensions, making it, great for a short workout. This one requires very little preparation. Then there's the entire canvas, which is this. And then this canvas provides a well-rounded approach to all of the senses that are involved in any given point of time with this empathy map. This is how the canvas currently appears, as you see. So you'll notice that there's more information, and that this canvas is divided as follows. To begin, you comprehend and understand who you're empathizing with, as well as the task at hand. Finally, you'll talk about the negatives and positives. So this will be critical for a value proposition, but that's for the next section within the course. And so this makes it crystal obvious who the team is empathizing with, as well as what specific point in time they are thinking about. What is the theme of your prior workshop that the team is considering delving into? That's a question you want to ask. So the canvas now expresses very explicitly what job they must complete. Now here, then we'll move on to the sensory portion of the empathy map. So first and foremost, what do they say? So record what a user says out loud. What questions does the client have at this point in the journey? Questions may be about your XR products or service or about their own situation. Then discuss and think about what does the client need at this step. Often the need answers a question. So also consider needs from the user's perspective, not limited to what your startup currently provides. Then we would examine what they're thinking, and then capture the user's thoughts at that precise instant in time. In a qualitative research, ask yourself what occupies their minds. What is important to them. It's critical to pay close attention to what the users are thinking, but may not be prepared to express, which is something I brought up in the previous section of the course, with like holding back giving data or feedback. So remember, these aren't questions. You've covered these already. Instead, these are the rational reactions the user has to the processes, the experiences, the roadblocks, and the environments. Then be sure to, within this part, this step, to include the positive and negative and because statements in your notes and observations. Now, moving along, now we want to focus on what is the client feeling. These are the emotional responses to the processes, the experiences, the roadblocks, the feeling and the environment encountered. Then figure out why they're hesitant to share this feedback, this data. Are they hesitant? Are they self-conscious? Are they curious? Are they scared to say anything to others, to you? Such as, is this incredibly annoying to them, or do they feel like they're not smart enough for not understanding what they need to do and what the question is? So this is when you go into what they might be saying again, right? So what are they saying? Often what's said relates to the thoughts and emotions, but saying is an act with intent to communicate. It may reveal what is really meant based on unsaid saying, thoughts and feelings from above. That we talked about. So let's take a look at what they do, now at this point. It's all about the acts they take. What steps does the user take? What things is a client doing in this phase? Think about all the actions the user takes, not just interacting with your startup and your product, but also including the related actions the user takes in other areas. We then delve into their actions. A little different from above, this is a list of things your startup might do to elevate a pain or create a better experience from any of the questions, needs, thoughts, feelings, sayings, and doings above that we discussed. So actions anticipate the questions. And what is their current emotional state with that in mind? This is frequently conveyed by an adjective followed by a brief statement to provide context. So consider what concerns the users has. What piques the user's interest? What is the user's opinion on the XR experience? For example, are you perplexed by too many contradicting information? That's a question to ask. When you're generating actions, you might look at the positive statements and identify ways to design for that outcome, right? When looking at negative sentiments, you might want to identify ways to avoid that outcome. Avoiding problems is critical, but pursuing moments that delight your users is just as powerful and often instrumental in differentiating your startup from others. Frequent doses of delight within a XR experience builds in a buffer against inevitable negative moments your user may experience with your XR product. So consider delighters to be a contingency in the relationship against friction. Okay, the more great moments you deliver to the user, the more understanding your user and clients and customers, depending on your startup, will be when you make a mistake. Now that the entire map has been kind of created, all the questions, needs, behaviors, and actions take one more step to prioritize the identified actions. Have each person take one post-it and note, and break that into like three different sections, and then independently ask each participant to review the actions and flags, and the three that they think that are best to implement first. After everyone is done, you'll have a clear picture of which ideas have the most organizational and support, and therefore are most likely to be successfully implemented. So develop a brief plan for how to plan each initiative, and assign responsibilities, and wrap up your workshop. And then we'll move on to the second part of this workshop in a moment. All right, so in this second part of the empathy mapping workshop, I want to discuss why ethnography research is the important part of the empathy mapping workshop. So let's first ask ourselves these questions. In a world where everything is interconnected, why do people do what they do? And what is the method behind their behavior? This is the goal of XR/UX research. It is to investigate and research user behavior. However, behavior must be investigated in a certain environment, especially when it comes to XR. This is when ethnography enters the picture. Ethnographic field research entails observing groups and individuals as they go about their daily lives. So look at it this way: engagement in a originally new social context and the subsequent development of facts about that world based on that participation is ethnography. So simply described, ethnography is the study of people and their culture and their natural surroundings. What I like to do is look at how embracing ethnography may help you with empathy mapping in this second part of this section. So when it comes to empathy mapping workshops in particular, it may provide insight and perspective to your XR/UX approach, helping XR/UX designers to explore the unknown. Ethnographic research is essentially the inverse of market research, because researchers study individuals in their natural habitat rather than bringing them to the researchers. So first and foremost, inside a real life situation, when you're setting this up, it gives you data and insight into the situation. But again, why do individuals use or don't utilize a certain XR app, for example? Because they like using the app in general, but are unable to do it at a certain moment, for example, again. But perhaps that time span is critical to the app's success. So, for example, an artist may complete their whole, piece via a virtual reality, software. Some artists may be able to do so, while others may find working with the controllers and painting challenging within VR. XR/UX designers may learn about people's inherent habits by observing them in a real world context. The second significant advantage of ethnography in XR/UX is that it benefits your startup over time. When a XR/UX researcher sees a particular user behavior, it is generally on a single occasion, such as during a interview or a survey, for example. Ethnographic research, on the other hand, allows the XR/UX researcher to watch behavior over several occasions and participants. The XR/UX researcher has complete control over the length of the study, which effectively it allows them to go all in for the long haul, right? So the third major advantage of ethnography in this case is that it gives contextual understanding. Um, the contextual information that ethnographic research gives for a XR product is maybe the most significant part of a ethnographic research, because the explanation for why individuals behave in the way they do is very important. So, for instance, some VR users like watching movies on their Oculus headset, right? While others find it nearly impossible to watch a entire movie with their VR headset. A ethnographic research will be able to explain both of these behaviors, cognitive processes, I should say, to be very specific, and the context. These insights can assist XR UX designers to understand where their technology delivers value and where it is a barrier. The genuine feedback you receive from users is the fourth component. Now, one of the most significant advantages of XR ethnography is that the feedback received is as honest as it gets. So, what gives that this is possible, right? Let's think about that for a second, because of the technological advancements, XR UX designers may now conduct research using XR devices. So the participants aren't always required to perform anything special, nor nor are they needed to be in a certain place, face to face with the observer. Subjects are free to act, organically in this environment, resulting in authentic feedback. Last but not least, you will receive immediate feedback within your ethnographic research, because another advantage of XR ethnography is the quick feedback it provides. It enables XR UX experts to gather data while the user interacts with the product. Consider running a mental health, VR app as an example. Okay, asking your users to fill out a form after their meditation session is one approach to get feedback. Another method is to pay attention to their facial expressions when they're meditating while using the VR headset. So, which do you believe is more accurate? That is one of the benefits of ethnographic research, which provides the quick feedback. So, as you can see, ethnographic research helps to emphasize the user in the user experience process. Individual distinctions among a bigger group can be seen by XR UX designers. It takes into account many points of views, opinions, and preferences. However, overall, it improves the XR UX experience. This is why I feel that a great XR UX is all about asking the right questions at the right time. Now, let's get into the next section of our class where we will be focusing on value proposition design. Now, when it comes to value proposition, it's the why and why should a potential user buy from you. It communicates the benefits users can expect from using your products. So a value proposition is not a elevator pitch which simply defines what you do and who you help, and it's not just unique selling points which focuses on specialty claims or guarantees specifically to set you apart from your competition. The core focus of the value proposition is to connect the benefits of your XR product or service with the problems users are facing. Now, this is a 2-hour workshop in which we will explain the concept of value proposition XR design to your participants. And then you will develop a beneficiary profile along with developing a value map. And then you will determine the match and the fit between the profile and the value map. Okay. And after that, you will determine what to do next. So, similar to the previous workshops, attendees for this workshop should be the core product team. As with, you know, as I've mentioned, making sure you could get everyone, including the optional attendees. But within this specific workshop, um, sales and brand leads, since value proposition affects their day-to-day job, it's really important to also, if you can, have them a part of the workshop. Now, the goal of this workshop is to present XR UX strategy as a value-focused discipline for startups. Most likely, these kind of workshops are taking place with other disciplines, such as marketing or a product. However, because this workshop is unique in its approach based on user demands, it is critical to facilitate it's in a order to promote XR UX planning as a business strategy discipline. Another goal is to create a beneficiary profile based on the empathy map we've previously created in the section before, and then transform those user demands that we've just prioritized into positives and gains. Finally, you want to determine if meeting the unique set of user demands is sufficient to provide a unique selling proposition. Now, you may prepare for this session by agreeing ahead of time with your team within your startup on which beneficiary group to focus on, then focusing on the right thing until you get it right. So bring the XR UX empathy map and the prioritized user requirements to this workshop as well. Another thing to be certain of by the time this session is ready to begin is which of the user themes you want to cover. As always, you should have FigJam set up and ready to go. Also, again, you want to take photos and screenshots depending on where it's taking place, and add them to your FigJam file. Now, a well-crafted value proposition can be used in sales scripts. It could be used in marketing, user-facing messaging. So by the end of the workshop, you will have clear ideas on how the newly defined alignment of user value and startup value can be used to effectively drive your business and startup goals. So now let's discuss a little bit more on the value proposition definition and how it's a excellent tool for not just obtaining users, but also for giving clarity to your startup. So it explains the project by identifying the problem that the product is seeking to solve and why users are using it. The user should be at the center of not only the product, but also of the value proposition. The shorter and more precise the statements or statement, the better. So the value proposition, it describes the benefits that users may expect from your products and services. So consider it the product's fundamental promise rather than the flashy tagline that you may have. A value proposition promises value you'll deliver to your users. It gives the primary reason a prospect should buy from you, should buy from your startup. It defines the first step of telling users what you offer to them. So your VR, no, not VR, but let's just say like your landing page, just like your regular website. That offers the most trivial example of using the value proposition, but it can appear anywhere you need to convince your users quickly. It could be advertising, it could be, you know, all sorts of, online ads, for example. So to add further here, here are the value proposition milestones in this slide. And within the value proposition design milestones, the value proposition design demonstrates how to utilize the value proposition canvas to create and test excellent value propositions in a way to search for what users desire, right? So a value proposal is a never-ending process in which you must continually develop your value proposition in order to maintain it relevant to users and beneficiaries. So the following are the goals of any value proposition. The first, understanding patterns of value creation, followed by using your team's expertise and abilities to prevent wasting time on ideas that won't work, with the ultimate objective of designing, testing, and delivering what consumers and users want. The top value proposition design XR talents include entrepreneurial knowledge, and it's really important for them to have that because this is a desire to find out how to make new things work and the ability to apply the tech. So this is something that we've been accumulating throughout the course, and I'm very happy to have shared this knowledge with you. I hope that it will be beneficial to you and your startup. But then there's the design thinking, okay? And again, we previously discussed this, but the capacity to bring the team together in order for them to diverge and converge here. Okay. So moving towards, user empathy, we've been doing a lot of this, and this, I mean, user empathy, which is concentrating on unmet needs, right? One point to bring up during your workshop is what sets you apart from your competition? How is your offer, how's your product better than anyone else's? This is the core of your value and needs to be fully understood. So people should be able to see your value proposition or your branding and understand who you are immediately. To help find out what makes you unique, if needed, run another ideation session with your team and get them to write down how you are different from your top competitors. What are you doing better, differently, or what are you offering that might be completely brand new in the market? The next step finally is experimenting, which is looking for data to back up the concepts you've developed, which is a key element in this course. So let's get started on creating a beneficiary profile here. Okay. So let's bring this canvas up that I was, let me, and we accomplished, three critical tasks with this canvas that you're looking at. First, we considered the task at hand by considering who we were empathizing with, what they needed to do, and what their circumstances were. Then we examined all of the senses. Then we considered what they see, what they say, what they do, and what they hear. Then we came to the peaks and the valleys, the positives and the negatives. So we're going to take this canvas and examine the job to be done, as well as the positive and negatives within the context of a new canvas, which is a beneficiary profile, which is part of the value proposition canvas. So consider transferring all of the things we previously worked on to this new canvas by putting all of the pains and gains and negatives and positives, as well as all the jobs to be done that we've previously discovered. So now remember how I stated it was vital to distinguish between what we really heard from the user when conducting research and what we are picturing or believing what would happen in this canvas. So make certain to preserve and distinguish, these notes and observations by different colors, just to keep things organized. And then from here, you can proceed to transfer all of those, post-its that you had in FigJam from one canvas to another, keeping in mind the holistic approach into that individual person's surroundings as they go about their day attempting to complete a given task. So let's get started on the value map, okay? Now, a value proposition map categorizes your value proposition as products and services, pain relievers, and gain makers. So you want to remember how we went ahead. If you do remember, like remember how we went ahead and selected user requirements determined by themes, and then we plotted them against these four quadrants. Now, at this point, we must consider how we will apply this in order to make an educated conclusion regarding our value offer. To begin, we must incorporate all of the user demands that we have already identified as possible and viable into our value proposition canvas. Now, if we look at this canvas, sorry, I'm jumping around with these slides, but bear with me. It's divided into three sections. However, the section on the left, which is products and services, sorry, it was the wrong slide, which is, products and services, is something I specifically want to highlight because the reality is that we have not built the product or service yet. So it's way too early to start looking into that right now, which is perfectly fine because once again, this is a evolving process. However, we can take those user demands that were sorted by theme, viability, and practicality and begin thinking about which ones are genuinely addressing benefits and which ones are addressing the pains, right? This is where things could get a little tricky because I've learned that and I've realized that we have user requirements, right? So, but these are not features. These are not viable options. These are user needs. However, after following the user needs workshop, we should have a good notion of whether we are capable of satisfying those demands in some way through our tech and startup strategy and business strategy to say. Um, However, make sure to consider them as possible game producers and pain relievers rather than merely user needs. Again, I'm not referring to specific features. I'm referring to the possibility of addressing those. Now that we've, seen the value map, let's take a look at the entire canvas on, you know, something that we had in the previous slide. On one hand, we have those prioritized user demands, and on the other hand, we have empathy for a user based on our knowledge of their goals, aspirations, and dreams, and um, as well as their concerns, frustrations, and worries. This is what we're attempting now. Okay, pay special attention to where the beneficiaries or users' eyes are focused while they're using out the product, because what we're attempting is to get them to consider our specific products and services, which is referred to as a fit. Um, we'll know where we'll know we're on to something when they start thinking about your solutions as a suitable fit for the jobs that they need to get done. So from there, we want to generate value and consider the benefits that we are attempting to provide to the users, and then ensure that needs are addressed, which is something I've been discussing for throughout the course. But now, one very important aspect of this workshop is that if you do not leave with a high level of confidence that the needs that were prioritized, feasible, and viable for your startup will be enough to turn your, let's say, your customer or beneficiaries' heads, chances are you will need to probably, continue working on determining what a user needs will attract them to you, right? So don't be scared or frustrated or stressed out to reach a conclusion in which you recognize whether or not the user needs are ready to deliver value to your beneficiaries. And if they aren't, it's time to, basically just to start over. And that's okay. That's perfectly fine. Because if you believe, because it's time to, you know, at that point, it's time to start thinking about creating a roadmap and planning the first sprint. So here, at this point are the next actions to take. Simply put, organize another session for each of your themes and beneficiaries. Again, you want to determine which offer is the best fit for the present market with your current beneficiaries. And that is the proposition you want to pursue here. If you think you are ready, perfect. Great. Let's, move from that point to where you're ready. So once you think you're ready, once you have it written out, it is now time to test it and get feedback from your market. So a series of, user feedback sessions should help you understand how your users respond. You will also be using it in your marketing materials. So no matter so now so no matter what, test it to see if you're converting on your business offer or your product. By now, you should have a strong framework of user insights and team expertise to understand your business value proposition and clearly articulate it. Again, don't stress if it takes you a few attempts. If it takes your startup a few attempts, there is no exact science and there's no perfect way of doing this. And it is a challenging way to create and use. So it's okay, just redo it. And by working through the steps outlined, you should have a solid foundation that your value proposition is built on. And if not, then you know where you are, where you have the gaps that need to be further worked on and researched. And then once you have that, then we could move on to our next section within our course. All right, we're moving along now into our next workshop, focusing on stakeholder mapping. And when it comes to stakeholder mapping, we should keep in mind that it's a part of stakeholder analysis and is a exercise where you identify project stakeholders, which can be individuals, and then categorize these stakeholders to help guide your engagement strategy. Now, mapping your stakeholders into categories helps you develop a action plan and the ability to understand your engagement program better. It helps you it helps guide your engagement effort for each category of stakeholders so you know where your resources need to be focused at. So this is a 1 hour workshop in which one of the product's dimensions can be investigated in order to identify the group of stakeholders for that particular dimension. So what you would next assign appropriate degrees of participation to the stakeholders, and then you would decide on the next steps. So, just like all the other workshops, the attendees for this session would include members of the core product team, as well as the external stakeholders who can assist by offering clarity, such as brand lead, a marketing lead, and sales. Now, just one word of caution before these types of attendees, about these types of attendees. You should consider any sensitivity in your startup when it comes to bringing in outside stakeholders. Make certain that you can still create a safe environment for open and transparent talks about the various degrees of your participation for each stakeholder and the best manner to communicate. So the goals of this workshop are to determine who your stakeholders are and to get consensus on the top four categories of stakeholders and to identify significant stakeholders for each of these groups. Now, then you would also agree on the level of engagement for each stakeholder. Then at the end of the day, at the end of the workshop, depending on how long it ends up being, discussions surrounding the stakeholder and the end user go back to what design is about in the first place, which is a empathetic approach to business that combines it combines good economics with ethics. Okay, so a stakeholder map creates the first bridge between your design and the users that it can help. To prepare for this workshop, decide ahead of time with your team which dimensions of the product you want to investigate. So you should also, at this point, prepare utilizing again, FigJam, have that set up and ready so your team could use it. Also, you need to have those posts, those posted, you know, cards within FigJam in three different colors. One for stakeholders who need to be carefully supervised, another to keep satisfied. That's another color to apply, and then one to keep informed. It would be extremely beneficial if you identify and interview any stakeholder you and your team are not connected to in order to have a better grasp of what their expectations are from your startup. As usual, take photos, document the workshop, and have all the documentation and images within your FigJam file. Now, an important aspect of stakeholder mapping is taking the great sea of interested parties and separating them into distinct groups. It can be based on motivations and potential for gain or loss from the project. A good stakeholder map will clearly show for whom to prioritize the project, and you can start with grouping stakeholders into internal and external groups. Then group these stakeholders based on the kind of stakeholders they are. So you can base groupings, on power or influence over the project, the potential to be impacted by the project, and a lot of different other options. Then, when it comes to internal stakeholders, it behooves the designer to consider which internal parties are most involved, which are most interested, and which are most keyed into XR design thinking. By understanding this internal parties' familiarity with XR design thinking and their vested interest in the project, the XR designer can then assess when and how to involve them. Now that you have identified, your top groups, then you want to take time to think about the levels and the methods of engagement. So, as I said, you can draw this out in FigJam. Sorry, FigJam. Then you can invite your team to list out all the stakeholders that have some ownership of the project, and note that um, and on that note, and you could just use the post-its within FigJam to do that. And then you could draw a quadrant with a x-axis of power and a y-axis of interest, and then label the quadrants low to high power and then low to high interest as below. Then next ask your participants to stick the stakeholders in relative quadrants at relative positions within each quadrant, if that makes sense. Then, the location of each stakeholder in the stakeholder map will determine the intensity, the frequency, and the types of engagement. Now that you've mapped your key stakeholders, the hardest part of the work is done. Okay, so what's left to do? Now you are defining a communication strategy for per group and per level of influence. For some stakeholder groups, your communication strategy might be to not communicate at all, or at least for the time being. For others, you could have a monthly, weekly, or even daily detailed communication plan, particularly if you're in a project phase where when certain issues or interactions are more time sensitive or acceptance sensitive issues, right? A good communication strategy for engaging with key stakeholder groups would include the following, like the what, the why, the who, the how, and the when, So specifically with the what, with the with the um, what topics need to be discussed and with what sentiment? That's a question to think about. The negative, the neutral, the positive. And then when it comes to the why, a question you can ask is like, why are you addressing this subject with this group? Is it prevention? Is it reaction? Is it general announcement? Then you have the who. And a question you can ask like, who on your team is responsible for communicating with each stakeholder group? Is it the CEO? Is it the communication? Is it the community relations agent? Is it, the public affairs, department? Who is it? And then it's the how. And then with the how, you will communicate with each how will you communicate with each stakeholder group? Is it public? Is it consultation? Is it through email campaigns? How is it? Then how can stakeholders respond and react? Is it through, you know, how will they get a hold of you? And then it's the when. And it's with establishing a clear time frame for your communications. Is it daily? Is it monthly? Is it bi-monthly? And then now it's a good time to measure the effectiveness of your communication strategy on your regular basis. So this will allow you to identify and correct any oversights or missteps in a timely manner. So some of the questions you should routinely ask within the workshop is, did you respect your time frame? Have all communications been carried out? What was the response from the various stakeholder groups? Did you respect and follow up on your engagements? Has anything changed in the stakeholder landscape? For example, um, have you have your high significant stakeholders changed? Right. Remember that stakeholder engagement is a ongoing process that never ends. Unlike the sales funnel that ends with a closed deal, measuring your performance will tell you how effectively you are communicating with your stakeholders, how accurate your assessment is of each group, what opportunities stakeholders have to get in touch with your startup or project. And then, with these four simple stakeholder mapping steps, you can confidently carry out your engagement plan, knowing that you're addressing the right subject with the right stakeholders. And in conclusion, make sure that it's crystal clear what are the internal and external stakeholders that the team um, needs to keep in mind in order to keep the XR UX strategy on track. Yeah. Also, what is the right level of engagement for each of them? Followed by what are the best, let's say, methods to engage with these stakeholders. It could be, for example, it could be a coffee chat. It could be an invitation to the workshops you're doing after each sprint, or weekly updates via email or text. I don't know. I mean, just depends on what you guys are, what you think it's best. Now, for the next steps, make sure you share the stakeholder map to the rest of the startup, and run another workshop for any other dimension that we identified earlier but was not addressed during this workshop. All right, let's get into it. So now we are moving on to the next workshop that will focus on design principles. And similar to the previous workshops, this is a 2-hour session in which you will first do a warm-up exercise. Then you'll go through why you need XR design principles. Then you'll examine format and examples on a few use cases. Therefore being able to create a draft set for your new product. And then finally going on to the following phases. Now, similar to the previous workshops, attendees for this session will include the core product team, as well as brand leads as an option. But again, you want to have everyone involved, because um, they will have some idea of how the brand inside your startup should be positioned for these design concepts. Now, the goal of this workshop is straightforward. It's to reach the agreement on the advantages of XR design principles within your startup. That also includes interactive design, and then to construct the first draft of XR design principles for your new product or service. Now, before I go any further with our design principle workshop, I want to talk a few minutes about interactive design and how it is the practice of developing the interactions between users and products, and how it fits within our workshop and our overall process. Now, interactive design's purpose is to build products that help users achieve their goals in the most efficient way feasible. If this term appears to be very broad, it's because it is. The interaction between a user and a product frequently includes various components such as aesthetics, motion, sound, space, and many other components. And in fact, each of these parts might entail even more specific professions, such as sound design engineering, which involves the creation of sounds for user interactions. Now, the following are some of the questions that a interactive designer may consider in their process, and this is important for us to also keep in mind and consider within our own process. And one would be: is the behavior of the product, is it predictable? Is it expected? And or is it usable? Is it possible for our users to achieve their objectives without taking a lot of steps or exerting a lot of effort? Of course, many XR UX designers these days are also in charge of the interactive design of the products they work on. So, you know, keep in mind, interactive design and XR UX design have a lot in common. And as you may have noticed, after all, UX design is all about influencing the user's experience with the product, and the majority of that experience entails some form of contact between the user and the product. However, UX design entails more than just interactive design. As we've discussed within this course, it entails user research. Let's say the creation of user personas, user testing, and a lot more. Now, interactive designers, on the other hand, specifically are concerned with the point at which a user interacts with a product, and their purpose is to improve that interaction. So let's think of it this way: like, have you ever been annoyed at the controllers that you have through your Oculus headset that didn't work the way you expected in a certain VR app? Or was a certain VR app, way too confusing to operate? So, what happens if you download a VR app and you have no idea how to use it? I mean, that's happened to me before. I mean, I've downloaded VR apps, and it just seemed like they just kind of throw you in there and you have to figure out yourself. There's no guidelines, there's no tutorials. It's just, you know, here you go. And these are the problems that result from a lack of understanding of interactive design. The moment of engagement is merely one component of a user's journey while interacting with a product, according to UX designers. All parts of a product or system that is visible to users are considered in UX design. Now, although UX and interactive design are intertwined, excellent interactive design is practically difficult to achieve without strong XR UX. Interactive design is really a branch of the UX tree. That's how I like to look at it. So in today's digital environment, um, creating a engagement experience has become increasingly vital, especially for XR startups. So as previously mentioned, it may be as simple as how people interact with a VR headset controller, or as sophisticated as a piece of XR software in itself. So nowadays, a lot of smart tech firms, for example, realize that in a hyper-competitive market, a simple or beautiful encounter with their product or program leaves a customer pleased or even delighted. I love that term. We use that term in previous sections of this course. So with that said, there's another factor that we should keep in mind here, and that is the 10 most important actually 11 most important interactive design principles. I'm going to go over the first 10 and I'll save the 11th for a little bit later within the video. So the first would be, the UX, matching user experience and expectations. Then you want to maintain consistency throughout the application. So that would be number two. Then number three would be following functional minimalism. Keep it simple and easy for your users, please. And then number four, reducing mental pressure to understand the application, which is something that comes up a lot with the research I've done pertaining to XR apps. And then number five, design interactively such that it keeps the user engaged. Then number six, allowing the user to control, trust, and explore. And then number seven would be inviting interactions through intuitions and interactive media. And then number eight would be making user interactions easy to learn and remember. And then number nine of this list would be taking care to prevent errors if they occur, in order to make sure they're able to be detected, and then the user being able to recover from them. Okay, and then the 10th here would be simulating actions by taking inspiration from usual and physical world interactions. Now, to go even more into detail and in depth, here's another way to understand what interactive design involves. It's called the 5 dimensions of interactive design, and within this list, there's the 1D, which is the words, and I want to get into more detail in a second. 2D is visual representations. 3D is physical objects in space. 4D is time, and then 5D is behavior. Now, with 1D, which is the words, words encompass text, which helps convey the right amount of information to users. So keep this in mind. Words, especially those used in the UI and in interactions, like button labels, should be meaningful and simple to understand. They should communicate information to users without overwhelming or stressing them out with too many details. Then 2D, it's the visual representations, right? So visual representations, these include typography, icons, and other graphics, with which users interact with. So visual representations usually supplement the words used to communicate information to the users. Now, with 3D, the physical objects are space. You know, with physical objects, physical objects are a medium through which users interact with the product or service. So, for example, a user interacts with, a Oculus headset, and while sitting on the ground in their office space. So, that's one way, we could look at it. Um, 4D with the timing, with time, time helps users understand visual change in the UI. So it always helps you to track their progress. And then number five, with the 5D behavior. Behavior includes both action and reaction. So behavior is what describes the mechanics of an interaction with the product. The interactive designer should utilize all these five dimensions to consider the interactions between a user and your product in a holistic way. So remember, for XR UX designers, the moment of interaction is vital for the success of XR products. Now there's one more important point I want to make, and this is going back to the original 11 points I brought up. And with the 11th point, it's related to the accessibility, and this is very important. VR is often prided in, bringing access to new worlds and experiences, and it's increasingly being used in healthcare, education, and the workspace for everything from diversity and inclusion initiatives to virtual, trips to distraction during unpleasant medical procedures. There's a lot going on. However, in terms of accessibility, VR still has a long way to go. A long way to go. I mean, look at it this way, like virtual reality environments offer a great deal of potential for users with disabilities, but they also present hidden obstacles and obvious obstacles. Letting people with disabilities customize the VR environment, including the use of alternative input controls, will go a long way in removing these barriers and getting more users, within the VR space, and then hopefully towards your product, and overall also improving their experiences. So as VR becomes more and more prominent in the near future, developers should take into account the needs and opinions of individuals with disabilities, including making them part of the development process in order to build, you know, the right games, the experiences, the right VR apps, whatever, and so that they are truly accessible to a wide range of users. So now let's get back into our actual workshop. So now you can prepare this particular workshop by investigating other startups or companies' XR design principles, and then compiling a list of roughly 40 concepts, I would say, that are most relevant to your product. These are not meant to be copied, but rather to provide inspiration and insight into where your prospective competitors' minds are at the moment. Then in the FigJam file, get everyone on board, build as many sets as required to later have enough when generating groups of three. So consider your number of attendees and how large you make the canvas in FigJam to appear nice. Then you will be able to, then you'll be doing some dot voting. So have those dots ready within your FigJam file. Don't forget to include an area within FigJam for the team to write their own design concepts on the fly. Always, and again, keep a camera or take screenshots and place them within your FigJam file. So like so many things in digital right now, there is no definite way of running a workshop to establish design principles. But again, this is still very helpful and important, and it's a great warm-up exercise. So the goal is to reflect on the principles that people in the room have used in order to make a big decision. It should only take 10 minutes, this session within the workshop. And here are the steps for that session. So, when I invite participants, I make a point of emphasizing that the workshop will lay the foundations for designing moving forward. And so it's a crucial moment in the startup's future. I emphasize that. And it is always good to give the participants a starting point, as coming up with principles from scratch can be hard if you have never done it before. So once your workshop starts, split the attendees down into groups, and then pairs are okay if the group is small, but never have more than maybe 5 or 6 people in a group. As I've noticed, like, quiet attendees will end up feeling that others have not heard their opinion, or it may not matter. So direct the attendees to encourage them to voice their opinions, and then direct them direct the attendees to the sections in the FigJam file and ask them to narrow the options by discarding options they do not consider a good fit with the startup. Then they should also, feel free to create their own sections and notes if they're coming up with an idea not listed. However, by the end, they should be left with no more than really like 10 sections. And then once that is done, bring the groups back together and compare what you've come up with. Now, at this point, group the duplicates that each group may have together, as this will enable you to see what proved more popular within the workshop. Then lay out all the options in a designated area for everyone to see in FigJam. And at this point, you probably have more than probably 10 options, unless all the groups completely agreed on everything, which is rare. So you want to reduce the list through the dot voting in FigJam. And dot voting is a technique for, again, just as a reminder, you know, it's a good technique for avoiding endless discussion in all kinds of areas. So each person is given 3 votes in the form of dots in FigJam. Then they can place these dots on the option that they think should be included in the final list. Then they can either place all 3 dots on one principle or spread their votes across several options. And if you have more senior stakeholders in a room, one way of doing it is that you can offer them more additional dots. And that's because this reduces the likelihood of them maybe subsequently overturning any decision within the workshop or maybe even later. After the group has voted, you will be able to discover which choices received low support. Remove these alternatives until you have less than 10 possibilities left. Okay. At this time, it's worth going over the remaining cards, and in particular, try to figure out about the costs of adopting the option. Okay. In other words, what would the startup have to do differently if we took the method indicated in the option? Now, at some point in the workshop, people again maybe start asking themselves, why we need XR design principles? Well, just to bring this up one more last time, well-designed principles are aimed at helping to find ways to enhance usability, to influence perception, to increase appeal, and make sound decisions during projects. So keep, emphasizing that throughout the entire project with your participants. And then you can think of XR design principles more like a compass than a definite roadmap. It is always pointing you in the right direction. So for XR design principles to be useful, they must inspire the startup to operate in novel ways, which will necessarily come at a cost though. So it is critical that everyone understands that cost before proceeding, or otherwise the XR design principles will rapidly become little more than empty words for the startup. That is why in my XR design principles workshops, I always urge the participants to register the implementations of the design principles they have chosen. So they can divide, you can divide your participants now into small groups and assign one or more principles to each group to discuss. Then request that they write 1 or 2 sentences detailing how the startup's operations would need to alter if the selected principle were applied. So for example, if your principle at your startup is, we prioritize user needs above all else, the supporting statement might be, okay, for example, rather than promoting our agenda through marketing efforts, we direct our digital platforms on answering user inquiries. So that's one way of doing it. This is not, but this is not usually a pleasant conversation to have. I mean, attendees may decide to change the principles when they examine the expense of doing so. And that's okay. That's not a problem. I mean, and it could be even necessary. However, it is preferable, it's preferred to have this conversation sooner than in the middle of a project. But, keep this in mind and be careful of this point. So don't let your design concepts get so watered down that they're useless. Now, not all design concepts are worthwhile. So To help you, be able to decide, which, you know, what is worthwhile. Here's another 6 reasons why we should establish XR design principles. And then you could convey this to your participants. So it enables consistency and faster decisions. It resolves disagreements. It also educates. It can positively change a team's culture. It should be longer lasting than the first release. And most importantly, it can inspire everyone on the team. So, keep drilling these points to your participants throughout your workshop. Now, here's a criteria that you could think about, as well as a few instances of design concepts. Now, the first, consider the following anatomy of a valuable design principle. With a title and a description, you make it easy to remember and comprehend, right? It can be used to influence design decisions, and then it stimulates the team since it represents a quality that's vital to the new product team as well as your startup. Now, again, we want to think about when to use design principles. Well, there are two moments that are really important for you to think about when it comes to design principles. Number one, when it seems easier to make decisions based on your own personal experience, that's a huge red flag. Yeah. I mean, you don't want to base it on on your own experience. If you think about it, with all the people you have in your team, imagine everyone making decisions based on their own experience. On one hand, that's a really good approach um, because they can learn through the experience. But on the other hand, it could be very inconsistent as our experiences are really different according to the places we've worked and the experiences we personally had and the problems we were trying to solve at the moment. So I would avoid that. So make sure you ground yourself back every time you're trying to make a decision by looking at the design principles. Now, the other use for design principles is when you have to challenge a subjective opinion. This is where it becomes very handy because then you can go back to what the team agreed during the workshop as far as what the design principles are and make sure that all the experiences are consistent across that. And then, and on that note, let's think of it this way, like who would use them, right? Well, everyone in your team, from the designers to the engineers, as well as the product managers and the stakeholders, everyone would use these design principles no matter what. So, to be more specific and to help us better understand this topic, um, here's another few good cases for using design principles I could share with you. So, design principles help everyone to think about, the design um, let me put it this way, like design principles provide guidance and highlight important considerations for designers and non-designers alike. Yeah, okay, so design principles are especially useful for new starters to a company or just a new startup in itself, because design principles help to steer a design, and the design principles help to guide and steer a design throughout the entire design process. At each point of the process, it should be possible to consider and review a design in the context of a shared set of principles. Principles can also help to determine when a design is ready for release and to inform success metrics to track. Then, design principles help to drive the innovation, which is another important factor. And then another point is that design principles can be an excellent springboard for um, that innovation. So that's something you want to keep in mind because, for example, by forming the nucleus of how might we um, do a certain thing, the ideations within the ideation sessions, you'll be asking yourself, how might we create a better um, you know conversation with our users, or how might we create a more welcoming experience within our VR app. These design principles help to establish what good looks like. And then design principles not only help to build a shared understanding of what looks good, but can be utilized when evaluating the designs. So rather than asking, is this a good design? A team can ask, is this a good design in relation to our design principles? With the various designs with multiple designs, it's possible to ask which of these designs is more closely aligned to our design principles, right? So design principles will help with all of that. And now, so now after doing all of that, it's now a good time to establish your very first set of XR design principles for your startup. Now, this is going to take about maybe an hour or two. So first, go into split the participants into groups of three, and then discuss the XR design principles from the sections in FigJam. Make sure they're sorted by importance and relevance, as well as the protocol service you're trying to build. Now, remind the team they can create a new section in FigJam if necessary. Then ask the team to prioritize the top five and rewrite them if they feel like they need to. Then collectively discuss each of the sections and then do the voting exercise to find out what's more important to the whole team. And that's really it. I'm sure things are probably going to look good for your workshop now. And then, you have some genuine synthesis to work with from your workshop. So in conclusion, um, emphasize the workshop's common themes and discuss the overall feel of the room during the session, because there are a lot of people who may not feel like it was the perfect workshop for them to be a part of, and it's critical to make them feel like their input was very critical to getting to where you're at. So share anything that was tough or difficult for. Great. Now let's get into going beyond a minimum viable product. Now, in this part of the class, we're going to explore the concept of hierarchy of needs and how to translate them to digital experiences. Then I will introduce the concept of minimum awesome product and how it differs from a minimum viable product. Then we will also go over what is brand personality and why it is important for your startup. And then I'll close this part of the class with the concept of methods of engagement and why you should consider selecting a few when creating the foundation for your new product within your startup. Now, um, to start off this part of the class, now some designers or startups in general appear to believe that lean XR, UX, and minimal viable products are the end result. However, instead, they are procedures that, when executed properly, result in the greatest possible products while saving startups time and money. The finished goods meet startup requirements while also providing optimal answers to the difficulties that users raise. Now, a lean XR UX process is not unlike the scientific method, which includes observation, forming a hypothesis, testing and collecting data, analyzing the results, and then accepting or rejecting the hypothesis. In Lean XR UX, the steps roughly correlate to the ideas, which is observing and the hypothesis, the design and development, which is the testing, and then the measure and data, which is collecting the data, and then learning, which would be really like the analyzing results and accepting or rejecting the hypothesis. So the lean XR UX technique works effectively with minimum viable products. Now, the overall MVP process may be summarized as build, which would be the prototype, then measure and then learn and then repeat based on those learnings. It's clear how those phases connects to the lean UX cycle. So some people mix up MVPs with proofs of concept or prototypes, that would be like the first step of the MVP process. Is sometimes referred to as prototyping, which could explain that confusion. However, MVPs are finished products that are ready for production, and Lean XR UX MVPs are no exception. So a fully working Lean XR UX MVP should be available to the public, right? Now, when a XR UX designer examines a problem, it might be tempting to think about the eventual product that could be potential, that could potentially fix the problem. So the aim is usually to arrive at a final finished result. And so, why not start there? The problem with working backward from the final product is that it stifles innovation and being original. There might be a dozen alternative approaches to solving a user's problem. So if you start with the end goal in mind, you may miss the bulk of these viable solutions and end up with one that falls short. When designers let go of any preconceived notions about what solution will best serve the user using the product, they can come up with more innovative ideas. So the goal of Lean XR UX is to bring the actual essence of a product to light as quickly as possible. It is a it is a collaborative approach that focuses on the sharing on sharing a general knowledge of the real product experience that is being developed. So um, before they can begin, when they're in this process, designers must comprehend not just the demands of the user they're attempting to serve, but also the needs of the startup, which is something we've discussed earlier. This is um, this understanding serves as the foundation for all other elements in the design process when commencing on a lean XR/UX design project. Remember, iteration is key here. Collecting qualitative feedback and quantitative feedback from users is useless unless the designer acts on the feedback to create better um, iterations of the product. So lean UX MVPs are a process, not a result. And one of the most significant parts of that process is creating new, improved iterations of the product to better address users' needs. So, there's a lot when it comes to XR testing. First, there's the UI testing. There's the interaction, the visual design and branding context. Then there's the ideation impressions testing in XR. Then there's the environment testing with spatial concepts and object details. Then there's the to add to that, then there's the interaction testing with XR frameworks and scripting as well. So there's a lot here. So you want to make sure you always are sure your work will be applied, right? The minimal awesome product now, um, to compare with the MVP and for us to see what the differences are, is the concept utilized in the lean development methodology and is specifically to test product hypothesis in the startup background. To be more precise, the MAP is basically the MVP with a awesome dimension effect. The product that has been created with minimum functionality is referring to MVP, but also provides excellent elements that make users say awesome, right? That's a MAP for you. When you look at the larger definition, though, MAP is definitely beyond just releasing products with only enough user friendliness. It tends to deliver something more comfortable than normal familiarity. Whether I had to, quote the MAP in a simplified words, MAP is a extension of MVP and a manner of preventing MVP from being too minimal. Too minimal. Okay. So does it mean MAP is just another process level of MVP, or is it entirely, replacing MVP? These are some of the questions that you may be asking yourself. Well, that completely depends on you, right? So to keep this in mind, which is really important, each MVP iteration should be based on feedback gathered from actual users. That is, each iteration should be tested either in a production setting or by a smaller number of individuals. In many circumstances, it makes logical, it's logical to test with a small group initially and then test on a bigger production scale based on how those individuals responded. Now, designers should gather qualitative input in small groups in order to gather information on what works and what doesn't. Asking people, asking users about the product, and you know, soliciting suggestions for improvements or alternatives. Now, designers in a production setting should pay greater attention to quantitative input because this quantitative feedback can inform designers about whether the current iteration is progressing in the proper direction or not. Are the numbers improving or worsening? And what is it that your product can do for users that is truly worthwhile? What piece of tech coupled with what sort of innovative user experience will unlock a bunch of value for your users that they previously haven't had access to? So a careful balance of both of these product strategies will create a successful minimum viable product that gives users something that adds not you know that adds new value in unexpected ways. These are the MVPs that have the greatest returns on investment, that deliver the intended learnings and validation required for strengthening market share and also producing a long-term product roadmap that will position your startup as a true industry leader. Okay, so deliver net new value to your users, and everything else will take care of itself. Okay, so now let's move into branding personality. And let's say in a scenario where you have a MVP or a MAP or just a great idea. Awesome, great. Let's start with that. And you already know who your users are in a broad sense, but which means you know them. However, who are you? Who's your startup? When it comes to creating a brand personality, it's really time to start daydreaming. Go for a walk or whatever you like to do. And because it's within this process where you could acquire really good ideas and inspiration. And a question that you may ask yourself is, how will your brand personality, how will it affect users and how will they use it and why should they choose you? This is a good place to start. Before you flesh out the right personality for your brand, you should think about the nature of the relationship the user is going to have with your product or your service. Now, there's three ways people use a brand. The first way is a form of self-expression. The second is about the relationship or the ability of the brand to be a guide or trusted partner. And the third is for the functional attribute that moves into a higher order of or emotional territory. So luxury goods are often considered forms of expression, depending if you like luxury goods or not. They validate who the person is to themselves and to others. So when we need to rely on the expertise of a startup or a company, we choose a brand based on the relationship we will have with it. This is where the power of a brand really comes into handy. A really good example is Nike. So Nike's running shoes are, top-notch quality, but for most of its buyers and customers, the worth they are worth the price tag because the brand means underdogs or winners to them, and that to them validates their human spirit. So, what does that mean for developing your brand personality for your startup? There are probably many words we can give to each of these brands in the XR space. So when we're developing our personality for our brand within our startup, think of these following questions. The first is, why are users going to choose your brand? Is it a form of self-expression? Is it a trust relationship? Is it a functional, emotional benefit for the users? That's a few questions you can ask yourself. And then the second factor here is like, which of these three relationship types seems right for your startup? And then the third would be, what human attributes will persuade users to pick your brand? What will your brand provide to them that no one else can in the XR space? So brand personality may assist you in differentiating yourself and adding hidden value to your startup. And then the fourth would be, who would your brand be if it were a person? Would it be someone famous? Would it be someone renowned? If you could get anyone in the world, living or dead, to serve as your representative, as your brand champion, who would that be? Why? What resonates with users is a sense that they understand me or that they can help me. So underneath is a sense that the user is not alone. We want a brand personality that can hold its own. So, and another important question that you can ask yourself is, what 5 words describe your brand personality? So let's say you're running a startup that aims to attract volunteer doctors to visit um, certain parts of the world or the country, and then donate their time through VR. So your brand needs to stand out in the clinical world. You want a mature and respected figure who is intelligent and able to garner the respect of the market. So your 5 words can be mature, sophisticated, um, accomplished, witty, intelligent, depending on the person. Now, we have a at this point, you have a brand personality. So next, we want to, and then we need to establish a brand voice. That's so much easier when you can really visualize who the face is and how they sound. Now, when it comes to the voice of your brand, remember, the voice does not alter, but the tone does. So the brand voice remains constant throughout all forms of communication you create and for many years to come. So, from press releases to articles to your VR website, it's all important. Again, brand is a content phrase that is frequently misused, yet is generally disregarded as a context strategy. Many people extol the virtues of developing their own brand, promoting their startups brand, establishing their startups awareness, and so on. But how many of those individuals think about the multitude of content sources that should be on brand, right? So yes, your social media and other marketing assets should match your brand, but you may be overlooking something else. The user interface of your XR product, the UI. Now, I'm not referring to the colors, logos, and symbols in particular, although those brand elements are extremely important. I'm referring to the text and the user interface. This is a huge factor in XR UX success, in my opinion. These words are commonly referred to as XR UX copy, and the act of making them is referred to as XR UX writing. Now, before you can consider your brand in your XR UX writing, you must first understand what XR UX writing is supposed to perform. It is neither technically it is neither a technical documentation nor marketing copywriting. However, it can influence both of those domains. So XR UX writing is intended to generate a human relationship between people and things, resulting in experiences that are easy to use and fun to use. However, it may be used for a variety of things, including assisting people in understanding, sorry, understanding the experience product, assisting in the creation of a intuitive and seamless product experience, easy guides for the user, notifying users when anything goes wrong or when something goes right. Another is introducing new tools and product areas to users, motivating, comforting, and occasionally making the users delighted, right? So XR UX writing is more than just a nice to have skill. XR UX writing should not be thrown in at the end of the design process, and it should never be unclear, excessively formal, or overly technical, because that's just going to confuse a lot of newer, especially newer users within the XR space. Now, today's XR UX writing must be human sounding. So it should sound like a conversation. Above all, it must match your startup's branding personality as well. Now, many companies have entire teams of XR UX writers dedicated to producing UX writing, but that's fine if you're not there yet. With your own words and a little creative thinking, you can still create a exceptional on-brand user experience. So to be successful, you need to understand the significance of brand, the role of XR UX rating, and the impact of user research. Then it's time to get your hands dirty in practice. So your users need microcopy brand consistency because it's critical. So imagine someone getting to know your brand voice via all of your marketing content, only to discover, you know, really confusing and robotic XR UX writing on every screen of your product. That should be a letdown for both your startup and your users. Don't only put your brand voice into marketing content and then disregard it in your product's XR UX writing. Try to imagine all of your content touch points, even those outside of marketing. And then the next time you think about your brand, you want to keep all of those in mind. So your users most likely, your users most likely spend a significant amount of time with your products or services, and depending on your startup strategy, they pay for them as well. So don't make your users read, really long chunks of technical language in the user interface either. So ultimately, concrete on establishing a coherent, authentic, and consistent experience with all of these components of your brand: colors, objects, graphics, symbols, and most importantly, language is all very important. So nothing less is acceptable to your users. All right, now in our last section of our class, we'll finish off by looking at first how we can implement the XR UX strategy using delivery methodologies like design sprints and dual track agile. Then we'll also look into how we can include the notion of brand personality such that the initial output will be a minimum awesome product. Then we'll look into how to balance all of these numerous work streams that must be juggled throughout the next couple of months for your startup. And then finally, we'll wrap everything up by discussing how to gauge success for the initial releases and what occurs after that. So, on the topic of design sprints, a design sprint is a 5-day process that involves designing, developing, and testing concepts with users or beneficiaries to address your crucial startup concerns. It combines business strategy, the creativity, behavioral research, and design thinking in a tested approach that essentially anybody can utilize. So in reality, it is widely utilized and used throughout all sorts of different tech companies. So therefore, it has been well tested. And the beauty of it and why it's so popular is that it allows individuals to work together over a certain length of time in a single week. So to be clear, design sprints is not just for designers. Anyone can use it. It is even recommended to apply it during development. Now, this design sprint is not just, again, an area for designers because it is based on teamwork and it does involve all of those who are in direct contact with the product and the problem they are trying to solve. So whether they are the project managers, the product managers, consultants, whoever, they all have a place within the sprint. And the reason because of that, it's because it's a very complex, product development is very complex. So you want to have all these dimensions within your process. Now, remember though that this class was designed for, from the perspective of, this being a new product at a new startup. So it doesn't matter whether we're talking about a new product or a new market or a unknown user group. In the case of redesigning something, we know that We know what the product is. We have users and pre-existing data. Also, the product profile itself is known. So in these cases, design sprint is actually not necessarily the best solution. Another thing you want to avoid when it comes to design sprints is by wanting to solve problems that are either too specific or narrow, such as, for example, increasing a key startup metric by a certain percentage point. Now, while data will play a role when informing your solutions and will most definitely be a measure of success, it shouldn't be the driving motivation of your sprint. Now, there's some other common mistakes I frequently have experienced and noticed throughout the years. And the first one is when there's not enough planning. The planning will make or break your design sprint. And I can't stress this enough. You really do need to plan your activities day by day, schedule check ins with your team, and notify stakeholders in advance. And then decide on the space you want to have the sprint in. Clear everyone's calendar and organize all the material, and then leave no stone unturned. Um, and then the next mistake I've noticed a lot is by having misaligned expectations. Not setting clear expectations is probably one of the biggest reasons why sprints fail. Expectations range from what problems to solve, the goal of the sprint, the deliverables, the timeframes, which stakeholders should be included. And my general rule of thumb is to align on everything as early as possible. And then the next mistake is not having enough insights for your sprint. So research and data insights will play a critical role in your design sprint and will shape your solutions and output that you deliver at the end. So prepare your research and data ahead of time and provide the critical insights at the start of your sprint. Or if possible, share it beforehand, um, before the sprint, which will give the attendees, those who are going to be a part of the sprint, the time and space needed to formulate their perspective in preparation for day one. And the last common mistake I've seen a lot in sprint designs is poor facilitation. Now, facilitating a design sprint takes a lot of finesse, takes a lot of organization, and the key, of course, is empathy. And a great sprint facilitator will not only keep everyone on track time wise, but will also aid in the synthesis of problems and ideas and continue moving the team toward their expected outcomes. While it's not always recommended, it's not always, it is recommended, but it's not always feasible or possible, especially for newer startups. To have a sprint facilitator be someone who isn't participating in the sprint as a contributor or subject matter expert. And in that way, they can focus solely on facilitation and not get stressed out on themselves from the sprint. So now at this point, let's get back to what occurs within the sprint itself. So first, you need to establish the stage before you before the sprint can begin. You must have the appropriate challenge and team ready. You will also require time and space to complete your sprint. Now that you have, once you have everything in place, you normally begin your sprint on Mondays, and then you may start on another day of the week, but by starting on by starting another day besides Monday, you mix up, the sprint week with another week, and then it gets really confusing, and it just turns out to be a huge headache. So try to start your sprint on Mondays, and then you're only looking at a week's worth of work. So yeah, start on Mondays because Mondays always it's always the easy part. So yeah, and then on Mondays you will agree on a long-term goal. Then to assure that everyone is aware of what is going on during the week, you will draw a map of the challenge, and then on Monday afternoon you will invite your startup expert to share their knowledge. And then finally, you will select a goal, which will be ambitious yet achievable piece of work that can be completed in 1 week. And then on Tuesday, you concentrate on the solutions. The day begins with inspiration. Um, which is a survey of current ideas to adapt and improve. Then in the afternoon on Tuesday, each participant will draw using a 4-step technique that prioritizes critical thinking. And in addition to that, you will begin arranging Friday's user research by recruiting clients or users that suit the desired profile. And then again on Tuesday, we're pretty much diverging. So that brings us into Wednesday. Now on Wednesday, we're converging. So in the morning, you'll uh, evaluate each option and choose which one has the highest possibility of meeting your long-term goal. And in the afternoon on Wednesday, you will select winning designs and begin planning your prototype. So Thursday is dedicated to making your prototype as realistic as possible, so that your users or beneficiaries may provide you with as much input as possible. You will also be concerned with ensuring that the next day, Friday, is a success, as you will be assessing the prototype with your users or beneficiaries. So Friday will be spent, interviewing your beneficiaries and learning from their, reactions to your prototype. You'll know how far you have to go at the end of the day, and you'll know exactly what to do next. So, however, you probably noticed that we haven't touched on the topic of production yet. And that was the entire plan. I mean, for example, within Google design sprints, the goal is to make the process as minimal as feasible. So remember that the goal of lean is to eliminate waste at all costs. When you're not sure how your user will react to the concept or idea you're trying to bring, it's cheaper to create a XR prototype to just get to learn from it, with the difference that the prototype can be quickly tweaked or thrown away based on the feedback that you get from the participants during your user research. So now I'll go over how to combine a design sprint with a development sprint. So one point, however, to quickly review, and as I previously mentioned, many startups are actually doing um, basically like little waterfalls within their Scrum framework, which is basically, the product manager completes some form of requirements work, which is then passed on to the designer. And at this stage, the designer will think about the striking balance between the user problems and business opportunities, solving them through intuitive and seamless experiences. So designers do a lot of storyboarding, planning scenarios, and research and testing. And in the end, opting for the solution that makes the most sense to the user and the product at that stage. And then they'll pass it off to the developers. And then on the other hand, the developers take the design blueprints and then they build it up using the dedicated software that the startup has. Then they check the blueprints again, and then they determine the right approach and they pick the right tools, collaborate with design to offer feedback on what's technically feasible and where adjustments may be needed. These alterations um, could come, because of hardware, software limitations, or maybe because of resources. Now, let me introduce to you what dual track agile is. And as a UI UX developer designer, a challenge I've experienced for the last couple of years is often when the company struggles with fully integrating design and developing teams. The pace of each discipline is different. So there is, vocabulary, that's different, the information that drives the work and their intermediate goals. These are all different. So one of the most meaningful changes is getting your agile team into a dual track formation as quickly as possible. It's a game changer, especially for new startups. Dual track agile, sometimes I've also seen it be called dual track scrum, is a agile framework that recognizes two distinct but concurrent workflows that are the discovery and the development. These tracks run parallel and support and feed into one another at regular intervals. So each discipline is indispensable in this management philosophy, and communication between disciplines is not only scheduled, but the project can't function without full involvement from both. So a dual track method isn't, led by the design team nor the development team. The interface itself is a leadership role, right? So which promotes better communication as it's the base for sharing and testing ideas. Now, designers translate user data into direct changes to the prototype that illustrates requirements without and it being ambiguous, which greatly reduces miscommunication with developers. So a again, a dual track project has a profound effect on how and when XR UX research takes place. So what drives user-centered design in a dual track process is the user data. And instead of directing XR UX research to windows at the beginning and end of the project, it takes place in stages suitable to the product's development. Now, by adjusting the way we discover, um, this, basically by adjusting the way, let's say this, how discovery gathers and reports XR UX data, it can harness the power of the agile workflow through its speed, its responsiveness, by reducing risk, um, you know, adding value and strengthening collaboration. So dual track agile and lean XR UX are created for each other, really. So rather than focusing on artifacts, we concentrate on the prototypes and verifying those prototypes in discovery, with the added bonus that the prototypes are utilized as delivery requirements. This is why it's critical for your team to have someone who has the strong skills when it comes to prototyping, because with a prototype, you're not only communicating with the UI, but you're also communicating the interactive design and how you're going to go about solving the problem you've been working on, and then validating with beneficiaries and the users, which can provide you with immediate insight into where your prototype is heading. Now, most notably, unlike in a waterfall approach where validation occurs after release, with dual track agile, we validate throughout discovery with the goal of validating as quickly and cheaply as possible. So in reality, most of the time, we can conduct our validation before going into production. The possible, trajectories of XR all seem very exciting, and we had only scratched the surface of what is possible to accomplish with it. So as individuals in the XR space, you can't help but wonder about how the widespread and seamless use of XR could lead to the new interaction paradigms, shaping and modifying people's behaviors, and possibly the very perception of the environment around us for the better. Ultimately, at the end of your sprint, you should have a clear vision of the full XR experience, the feature list, product backlog of your MVP, the realization roadmap of the full product, the needed XR hardware, um, and a running prototype. And then one final, important note I want to emphasize here is that before the advent of design sprint, designers, product managers, CEOs, entrepreneurs, and others weren't all just sitting around waiting for a magical framework that would solve all their needs. Collaborative workshops are not new, coming together to discuss and share ideas is not new. Iterating on a proposal, whether it be whether it's the design of a product, um, is not new. So what is new though, however, is that a lot of these ways of having a sprint has become a industry standard tool, right? And frameworks that set a precedent for design thinking and collaboration within teams of all sizes and scales. So it's a process that can be regularly deployed, and one that yields a clear and tangible outcome for everyone involved. So, as those of us in the XR space, this standard of collaboration and co-creation comes with a responsibility to ensure that basically we're equipped with the right knowledge and tools to not only plan and facilitate design sprints well, but to as well, connect the output of the sprint to the solutions that deliver meaningful results. So by being able to follow through and execute is equally just as important. So additionally, one other point I want to make is it's our responsibility to question the process and reinvent new standards whenever possible based on past learnings and new insights. So let's be flexible here in general. I mean, identify what your team or clients' needs are and tailor a process to suits them perfectly. Okay, now let's move to XR/UX roadmap. And to begin with, XR/UX again is at the core of every successful product. But to deliver great XR/UX, you need to have a strategic plan that defines what problems you need to solve and the steps required to achieve your desired outcomes. A XR/UX roadmap serves this purpose. It helps you prioritize and communicate what the team will work on and show the progress you've made toward achieving your XR/UX vision. Now, the ultimate goal of a XR/UX roadmap is to align everyone involved with the project and help you build the best user experience possible. So the roadmap is a strategic document that maps out and prioritizes the problems and initiatives your XR/UX team will work on at the time being or in the future. So it's a high level plan that brings together your XR/UX strategy, the major steps needed to accomplish your goals, and a corresponding timeline for completion. So it also serves as a communication tool to present the why behind your desired outcomes and the plan to get there. So with that said in mind, um, let's explore how you can create a successful roadmap for your startup. And although it shares many similarities with the 5-day design sprint, this XR/UX strategy roadmap is optimized for new startups in the XR space, like your startup. So rather than limiting the process to just 1 week, I've expanded the roadmap to 3 phases that breaks down into 8 weeks. So I found this gives startups the right balance of speed and structure to gain internal buy-in, align around innovative solutions, and then solve more complex problems. So the XR/UX strategy sprint consists of the following phases. So phase one, it's the intake. So and its duration is 1 to 2 weeks. So the intake phase is all about the information gathering. We begin by asking ourselves to craft a initial problem statement describing the big picture issue they hope to solve during the XR/UX strategy sprint. Now, sprint one is part of the XR/UX strategy work stream and is focused on forming the team, ensuring they get a good debrief. They're running the stakeholder mapping workshop to ensure you account for everyone who needs to be managed closely or informed, and then producing a RASI chart as a representation of the responsibilities of the group of people involved in the project, so that it's clear to everyone what's their scope within the project. Now, it consists in assigning one of these four roles for each task of the project. So, who is responsible? Uh, as far as which is the person who is actually completing the task, and then who is accountable? The person who supervises the completion of the task and makes sure the task is completed. The person who supports the completion of the task, basically. Then who's the informer? The person who will be updated on the progress and the completion of the task. And then this model can be a nice way to represent the user research insights in a way that is immediately clear and actionable. And ideally, after seeing this, everybody can answer to the question, what can I do tomorrow with this information? Now, within this phase, within the sprint one, um, you may now begin with the work on the brand personality at this stage. So the first week of the brand personality work stream will be spent gathering information on branding and researching industry trends to keep in mind. Then you finish that week by reviewing some of your assumptions, as well as the user groups in mind as you construct this brand. Then the next week, uh, following the first sprint, should be spent on framework definitions, deadlines, and milestones. In addition to interacting with those controlled closely stakeholders that were identified during the stakeholder mapping session. Um, the week before. So by the time we complete our intake phase, we have a strong understanding of our user, of our current, user problems that we're trying to solve, including any technical or and other issues that may be connected to their overarching problem. Now, Sprint 2 gives us the opportunity to begin looking at our user needs and prioritizing them similar to the first workshop we had in the previously in the class. With that, you can begin creating critical milestones with a um, emphasis on the XR UX, since it will be entering the picture very soon. Given that XR UX is the discipline in charge of taking care of the more tactical components of the strategy after the plan is in place. So keep that in mind. And then moving from phase one, we now move into phase two, which is the diverging and converging. Now, within this phase, it's 2 weeks. So within the first week, you may begin looking at the data hierarchy and how it will influence some of your information architecture selections. Also, it will be extremely beneficial to begin defining the new product's goal and vision. Then, by the end of that week, validate some of the assumptions you made about data hierarchy the previous week. Now, now that you're laying the groundwork down for the brand personality, remember that the sprint, is a collaborative effort between the XR UX strategy and brand personality, with the combined activities um, being branding stakeholder mapping. Okay, um, so keep that in mind. Communicate branding timeframes to the rest of the team, and then prepare for a personality trait workshop the following week. It's important to work closely with your stakeholders at every step, from planning your roadmap to executing your plans. So make sure to involve your stakeholders when defining a solid XR UX vision for the product, discussing top priorities and explaining how they fit into the company's goals. When it's time to execute your plans, don't forget to keep them posted regarding how things are progressing. You should always have a space to share feedback or updates, whether through meetings or other types of communication. So by the end of um, that particular week, you should have reached a agreement on how this new product fits into the ecosystem of your startup's other, maybe products or services. So here are a few actions that are solely related to the brand personality work stream. The first task will be around verifying the brand's user groups, the archetypes, and demands. This is done to position the team for success when it comes to building a brand and identifying the appropriate target audience. Then they will analyze industry trends and prepare workshop material for the following week. So hopefully by the end of this week, ultimately, overall, once everyone is aligned on the problem statement and the current state of the digital experience, we work together to identify high value decision opportunities and key areas of improvement. So you want to focus on diverging in order to individually ideate on potential solutions for each opportunity. Participants sketch or write their ideas and share them with the group. So also encourage everyone to bring inspiring examples from within or outside the industry. This participatory approach, and it makes sure that the team considers a diverse set of views and inspiration. So ultimately, however, we must decide on a course of action. So to that end, we use exercises such as dot voting and impact versus effort activities to identify the most promising ideas. Often we find a way to weave together a number of ideas into a single concept. Other times we land on a single idea or choose to continue exploring multiple concepts. Now, moving into phase three, which is design and testing. And the duration for this phase would be like around 4 to 8 weeks. Now we enter, basically the final stage of our XR UX strategy sprint, which is, the concept. Again, it's the concept, design, and testing. So when it comes to branding, this phase is all about developing a visual lexicon. So the week begins with the construction of UI aspects of engagement, followed by user research throughout the week. Then the second week of this phase, ideally there will be a agreement on the branding kit, and then you may begin implementing some of the previous week's learnings. Moreover, you may begin adopting the new visual lexicon too. So to add further, additional user study will be conducted to examine the combined approach of the XR UX problem and the information architecture. When it comes to XR UX, you may start a new XR UX challenge as well as where you are integrating the learnings from the previous three challenges. And the fourth XR UX challenge here, which is a combination of all of them actually, should focus on user research again. So the goal is then to start connecting all of the information architecture that has been built in the background with the data science issue of looking at data points and conceptual models on the following week. So by the by the sixth week, you will be interviewing branding and XR UX, which is very exciting because the branding personality workstream already has a lot of brand expressions ready to share at this point with the XR UX workstream. And there may be a UI UX exploration, taking the branding into consideration, and then also a agreement to implement the methods of engagement. This provides an opportunity to begin incorporating some of that into the MVP that the XR UX team has been working on, which is hopefully, at this stage, working pretty decently. So that by the end of that week, we can have usability testing of a pre-MVP. And then, the MVP version that does not yet have all the integration of the emotional aspects, but we can begin testing to understand the value we are bringing to the user. So the MVP for the major beneficiary is launched during this final phase. Now you can start, a map user challenge, which is bringing the third, user needs, and then all the learnings from all of the data XR UX challenges, as well as integrating branding into it. So by this user journey, user journeys that can be put in front of the users for testing, as well as, you know, by the end of this particular week, it will be all about observing the users using the map. So this is an interesting period because it allows us to examine the emotions produced by um, a lot of these notions. So at the seventh week of this phase, it's all about iteration and interaction and implementation. So it's a combined approach between branding and XR UX. So at the start of that week, it's about defining the collateral branding elements, and then looking at what these potential design systems might look like now that we've defined the brand for your startup. Then you decide how to put engagement strategies into action. Afterwards, you conduct more XR UX research to ensure that you get it properly and get it right. And then by the end of that week, the UI implementation should be available for development to begin looking at and then to start game planning. Then this is a nice way to basically wrap up phase three, given that now we are getting our developer team ready to start developing implementation. Now the last part of this phase actually is necessary before having a map ready to share with the dev team for development. All this should only take 8 sprints. So creation of collateral branding elements, and the definition of what these are, and start giving all the support to the dev team as they start looking into how to implement all these prototypes that you've given to them, with a layer of branding that this team has put together, your team has put together. So, in my opinion, any more than 10 sprints is dangerous and um, can become a waterfall. So ideally now we have enough direction to move forward, especially with all of the different disciplines, the branding, the XR UX, strategy, all of this. But be sure to keep in mind that something will probably come up that may shift things around. So try to be open-minded and flexible. There can always be, shifting around with the timeline. All right, measuring success. So when it comes to deciding which key performance indicators to focus on, it helps to work backward from your end goals. Now, your metrics should be defined by your objectives. So if you're looking at how to optimize your XR UX, start by observing your user interaction with your product and identify any bottlenecks or roadblocks. Then once you know what the problem is, you can take a step back to see what can be done to streamline the XR UX at that step. Some of the most common behavioral metrics you might look at to measure UX include time on task, completion rates, error rates, adoption, and retention. Now, as XR is increasingly growing, trends suggest new tools and areas of technology implementation. Therefore, understanding how these affect experiences and how it generates value for users is crucial. At the time of this video, arguably, few studies have focused on measuring the UX of users interacting with XR, which is fundamental for the adoption of this emerging technology. So to add, within this section of this presentation, I will focus on how measuring methods applied in human-computer interaction research in relation to opportunities of combining them with XR on a conceptual basis to get a better understanding of the UX after the release of your product. Now, experiences have taken a large role in the XR industry, with many industry practitioners, as well as the designers or developers, for example, increasingly discussing the impact and enhancement of a user and customer experience. Startups and other companies, as well as professionals within the field, are frequently using the terminology the word experience to package their products and services. However, a common interpretation seems to vary amongst them. As the term of the word experience takes center stage within the XR industry, and people spend considerable amounts of time and energy to not only design but also consume these experiences, it becomes crucial to understand the experience construct and elements within that impact the overall experience. Furthermore, research attempts to measure experiences with the aim of understanding elements that impact the experiences at different stages of your product is very important for your startup. Now, an important factor that we want to keep in mind for your startup, you have to keep in mind at this stage to study and research the reactions on an emotional and psychological level within your users and beneficiaries. This indicates that there is a need to explore alternative and complementing research methods to get a better understanding of the experience construct within the context of XR experiences. Through a recent case study that I've been working on, a user I interviewed described to me that their experience within a VR app, a certain VR app, caused them to experience a certain state of negative emotions, resulting in them being lifted, as they stated to me, from ordinary reality and losing a sense of time and space. Later on, I asked them to recap what they actually experienced within the VR app itself. And interesting enough, they had difficulty remembering what they experienced through the app, within the app, I'm sorry, specifically because they were having difficulty emotionally within the VR experience. Now, a key question I formulated here within my research was that why is it that certain experiences are remembered and others are not, even though I asked this individual immediately after them trying to use the VR app. So an important dimension of this is that memorable experiences all have a common denominator, which is the attachment to the user's emotions. This indicates that it is crucial for a startup to understand how experiences are formed, what influences experiences, and how elements can be designed and implemented to create memorable experiences with the XR space. As a result, this understanding will translate into higher user interest in your product, as well as returning users and hopefully profitable startup gains. While methodology of measuring XR UX outline promises results, and it does, at the same time, at times, answers are found to be limited to what users remember of the experience rather than a accurate representation of the experience in itself. Nonetheless, your startup should make a attempt to explore additional and alternative research methods that are able to provide supplementing data to existing reflected research outcomes. Now, one tool within the UX you can explore after release breaks down the evolution method into generative and evaluative tools and methods. So, to be specific, while generative methods imply how user interfaces should be developed to assist performing tasks, the evaluative method focuses on measuring the reaction of users to evaluate the consumed experience. So keep in mind that evaluating UX through means of emotion measurements are a key are key indicators of a interactive systems experience of success. So while various approaches to study emotions is evident, questionnaires are still the mostly utilized research instrument, which could be attributed to its convenience within a lot of, and its adoption for many, you could say, many research contexts. Furthermore, they do not require often expertise of complex technological equipment and the interpretation of obtained data in some cases. However, a concern some have is that the reflective nature of using post experience self reports, which do not paint a complete picture of the experience, but is largely based on what remains in the memory of the user or consumer, indicating basically that there may be issues with validation. As a result, questionnaires as well as post experience interviews sometimes fail to fully incorporate the affective part of the experience, which could have a essential contribution towards the overall perception and memorability of the XR experience itself. Therefore, it is crucial to get a insight into the experience in the time of occurrence with the users themselves. That's very important to keep in mind after you release your product. And to achieve this goal for your startup, I suggest the use of again measuring tools combined with XR to better understand emerging technologies that are perceived by users, and in particular, which emotions are triggered during the experience that make the interaction memorable for the users. Now, a few examples of tools that I want to share with you are the first is systematic observation tools in order to measure expressive behavior in the form of facial expressions that are triggered by emotions. That's a great tool to have within your toolbox. And another tool to explore specifically, which aims at improving efficiency, intelligence, and delight perceived by users, is pattern recognition driven user experience, which leverages basically intelligent computing to dynamically adapt appearance and behavior with automatic decision making. So, pattern recognition offers the instruments to basically detect and understand context, the user's signals, the intents, the emotions, and provides a set of additional methodologies for a effective personalization of the the user experience. Now, another alternative to gather further data and research so you can measure the success of your product or service is the use of electromyography, which is basically short for EMG. The short version is EMG. I'm sorry. It's basically to record the electrical signs, signals through attachments on the skin. The use of EMG was recognized for its ability to measure microexpressions that were too weak to trigger distinct facial expressions. So you may be conducting a user research, session with, a few users, and you may ask them about what they think about a certain concept, and they may say something, but something else is really going on. Again, although depending on your startup and your budget, it may be considered to be impractical for XR UX field research due to the need of attaching measuring equipment directly on the user, potentially maybe affecting the actual experience consumption, and as a result, affecting the reliability of emotion measurements. However, it is still a viable and strong method to gather data, and I strongly suggest you take that path if you can and if you're able to. Now, the reason why I brought up these examples is because I want to emphasize that your startup has to consider, again, alternative approaches to measuring user experiences for improving your XR developments in your startup context. Getting a better understanding of the emotions and emotional triggers is the key component to improve the understanding of the experience construct, as I mentioned earlier. This is why some XR UX researchers are suggesting to measure emotions through utilization of measuring equipment after your first release. You need all the tools basically you can acquire in order to be consistent in the recording of your startup's data, so that you can clearly integrate it, and you'll be able to interpret all of the data into your operations. Furthermore, keep in mind as well that by utilizing measurement equipment, this suggests that technical expertise is required for different tools as well as maybe data preparation and analysis. So you want to keep those points in mind as well. However, in order to understand the experience construct more clearly, it is fundamental for your startup to widen the study scope and implement complementing research methods that are able to cross-validate gathered data and provide a indication of different stages in the user experience. I believe this is particularly essential for the development and implementation of emerging technology, as um, as understanding the UX of customers and users with these tools and how this creates memorable experiences is considered to provide valuable insights into establishing a competitive advantage within the XR industry. Another thing I truly also believe in is that emotions are the key building blocks of creating memorable experiences, and therefore should be more profoundly investigated in XR UX research. However, this requires investing in and investigating how users interact with the technology and opportunities XR can provide for startups as well as research purposes. Ultimately, the UX designer's job does not end with the successful launch of your product or your service. You may have put in a lot of time and effort in the planning, in the research, and development of the product or service, but you must continue to put in the work after the launch. This would secure the true success of your efforts, and users would finally have a stable they can never live without. That's the goal, right? So smart optimization strategies and actionable strategies by along with educated insights are essential for post-launch success. And you will have the best UX for your app at that point if you do this, resulting in a desired boost for your startup. No matter what, it's critical to keep optimizing XR UX after launch. With the XR's rapid changes, being adaptable is critical as well to user satisfaction. Because technology will continue to change and advance, so by having a solid XR UX auditing system in place within your startup, as well as the right team to make the adjustments, is worth investing in now.